I have the camera pointed the wrong way because I am a genius. What?
Massive brain.
Massive
It's
Brian.
like G up in here.
There we go. That's focus better. Why isn't the second mic thing?
Sir Isaac.
Fix that.
This is why
There we
we deal
go.
with
That fix it? That did fix it. Go. Okay, cool. That is now fixed. Hello, and welcome. One of those mics. I want to actually angle that mic slightly so that it's harder to pick us up. The other way, yeah. So that maybe it'll work a little bit better. Probably won't do much for me, but okay. Anyone watching, please say so if mics are echoey. Hello, and welcome to Recreation, Remembering the Road to Taishan. I am Kiarlo Larlandin, and I will be your storyteller from the Dreamscape Storytelling Guild. And these are my players.
I'm Lydia, and I will be playing Orizon and Stella and Bok Choy.
I am Zach, and I will be playing Vind and Kale.
Yes, and to be clear, the first character they mention is their main character, the latter ones are their secondary. And our last player.
I am Eric, and I'll be playing Kyuke and Jeet.
Thank you so much for making life hard on me, you stupid scrolling thingy. Okay.
Oh no. Oh.
Okay, I forgot to balance your mic, QK, so...
Okay. Hello. I am Eric, and I'll be playing Kyuke and Jeet.
Okay, that should be good.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's not that they would have not heard you, it's that you would have been too loud.
Ah, I see. Well, that's
Yeah.
a slight issue.
Okay. So, I mean, judging by the fact that I am introducing a different campaign name than I normally would, Recreation, Remembering the Road to Tension, rather than just simply Recreation, you might be able to guess that things are different today. And they actually will be different for the rest of the summer, as one of the players, the player for Miki, unfortunately has to focus on other things. And since it's such a tightly woven character-based story, we decided to put Season 2 off until later. What we're going to be doing instead is essentially filler content. Yay. Going back to our anime roots.
We need a bottle episode.
The Season 1 episode, Season 2 Session 1 episode is still canon, and it is an epilogue for Season 1, whereas the second episode of Season 2 is no longer canon, although the characters that were introduced there are canon, such as How Dare, which
How Dare.
quickly became the party's favorite living NPC.
My 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 unintentional being nightmare of a player has paid off.
That was, I think that was the third NPC that you guys had asked the name of in that one encounter.
Gosh. I'm so sorry.
I don't know that many vegetables. Yeah, so that's what's going on with that. And before we get into the opening, I would like to thank Vind for allowing us to use his music for this campaign and allowing that to be open access to DMs. Very thankful for that. And also thankful for him having written the song we're using as the opening theme. Of course, he didn't write it for us, but I mean, I can still thank him for writing it.
Yep.
It is Pathstrider, I believe. I didn't actually check that when I wrote it down, so if I'm wrong, I'm an idiot, and that's fine.
He also inspired my name.
Yes.
So it's not me. It's not me. It's not.
No,
not
it
this
is
character.
not this person.
This character's name came from Vincent.
Indeed. All heroes have a journey, have a story. These heroes all share a similar story. A story of them on their own journeys, Taishan, where they all met. Well, at least we're in the vicinity. And that journey varies on what it is, on the happiness, the sadness that happens on those journeys. And those journeys make a hero who they are. Someone cannot simply start from being a nobody and become able to slice a God King Goblin Mage in half. That just doesn't happen. And that's why these heroes have a journey that pushed them to the ability they have now. Battles, escapes, and duels. Perhaps love, perhaps saying they had love, perhaps neither. But everyone's adventure is a fun one, and worth telling their story. Even if that story needs to be embellished from time to time. So that's what we're doing. Telling the stories of Vind, of a character yet to be revealed who their name is. Who their name is? What their name? Your name is a person. A separate person from you. Of Miki, maybe, if she ends up coming in as a guest character. Of UK, and of Yi. Whose player couldn't make it to this session, but will be able to make it in the future. Likely. Those stories are the ones we're going to be telling. Those stories are the ones we get to see the adventures going from the different reaches of Karator, or simply staying in the Yanshan Valley. being in the capital of great nations, or being in the small villages. Seeing the walls as large armies approach, or sailing the celestial sea. These characters, they may not be from the same area of Karator, but they are from the same Karator. And those stories will be told as soon as this song stops, and as soon as I stop rambling. In order for those stories to be told, we must get to a place where they are to be told. The castle, the ASS castle, sails through the sky above an archipelago along the sunken continent, risen above the rest of the continent as it was not sunken. The archipelago, not the continent. The continent is definitely sunken. The villagers of Taishan, now the villagers of Neo-Taishan, are down on the archipelago, the largest island of the archipelago, building the foundations for Neo-Taishan, the pirate safe haven dock. The ASS castle, in the middle of this S-shaped archipelago, islands that almost in a line go from largest to smallest, sits in the bay, I guess. If you want like a semicircle of islands, is the inside of it a bay?
We'll call it that.
Inside the larger hook of the S, the ASS castle sits drifting above the islands, docked to smaller, not docked, anchored to smaller islands nearby. The glowing phlogiston, the multicolored aurora borealis, shimmering below, casting a dull light upward. Of course, the primary light does come from the sun. A star that seems to shift its color, in turn bathing the land in different shades at different times. In the sky, a moon, looking as if it has been frozen mid-shatter, or perhaps mid-reconstruction, drifts through the sky, its orbit having brought it into the sky at the same time. Sun. The ASS Admiral has been given a specific job. Go around to the smallest island at the far end of the archipelago and set up an outpost. An outpost that will allow the Neo-Taishan, not Tension, Taishan, to see if anything is coming, and able to alert of any danger. At this point, the ASS Admiral, along with its captain, UK, and a tag-along, possibly through command, possibly through whim, Vind. You, on the ASS Admiral, are drifting over this end of the archipelago, scouting out this end, and currently having your air skiffs, your sky skiffs, loaded up with barrels from the ASS castle. And different crates and barrels and planks of wood for construction of the outpost. The two of you are standing on the aft castle, overlooking the deck at this moment, and watching as what most familiarly could be described as a whale, save with fins and almost a shimmer about them, shimmering trail behind them, drifting, swimming through the sky.
Yeah. See that every day?
It's a big whale. Thingamabob. Whale. Air whale?
Sky Veil? Square.
Never seen one of those before, I don't think. It's kind of majestic.
It is notable, Vind, the last time you were here, in this plane, sky whales were not really a thing.
Figured. Very majestic. Of stories that I have heard about normal whales, we should probably not go by it anytime soon. Might end up with only half a ship left.
Ooh, yeah, that does not sound fun.
Particularly not as we are in the middle of the sky. With
Yeah.
overedge. Just phlogiston underneath us.
There are also kind of scattered islands below you. To the point where, like, if you fell, you think you might be able to hit one, but you don't know if that would be better than falling into the phlogiston.
Yeah. Basically.
Which actually, sorry, you guys would probably refer to more as Aether than Phlogiston. Phlogiston is a more scientific name for it.
CG would know that.
Yeah, G would totally call it Phlogiston.
Me phlogiston.
Yes, so, you see, Kale below on the main deck, currently, leading as people are loading up the barrels and crates onto one of the sky skiffs. As you also see a calico cat sitting on the railing next to it, and you see Lee currently like kind of like cautiously like approaching the cat and like kind of like rubbing his fingers together. Actually, from the distance, you could probably hear him quietly, like vaguely hear him in the distance going, which the mic isn't picking up. Even that didn't pick up. I can't make the cat attractive noises. He's meowing at the cat. There you go. That's
So meow meow meow.
Have I
that picks up on the
have I seen this cat before, or is this cat new?
mic. You can make an intelligence save to try to remember if you saw this cat before.
Okay, give me 1 second. Gotta pull up my die roll website because I don't have Taishan with me. Let's see here. Let's see here.
While he thinks about
Oh boy,
this cat, I'm gonna start sauntering.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna remember anything because I rolled an actual 7. So
Yeah, I'm approaching as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so, the cat kind of, looks up, at Lee, who's approaching. And kind of, tilts its head. As, you kind of are also approaching and, kind of gives you a look. And then, kind of, drops itself and rolls on its back, currently on the railing still. The railing is, probably 6 inches wide. At this point in the banister, which is pretty much the thickest point of the banister is by the It actually has it has gangplanks kind of stacked up against it. So he's on the railing and the gangplanks. It rolls on its back, which probably does give you a bit of a start because it is right next to Oblivion.
I walk up and hold my hand out, kind of in front of its face.
It you feel the wet of its nose as it sniffs your hand, then continues kind of scratching, rubbing its back against the banister.
I start rubbing its belly.
It bites at your paw. Not hard, but enough to tell you no.
I go, alright.
As it kind of at this point rolls to its side after it kind of bit you and looks at you. It rubs its head against the banister.
I pull out a little bit of jerky from rations and hold it out.
Cat sits up, takes it, and it takes it and then drops it on the banister and puts one paw on it and begins to rip it apart.
Feisty little things, eh? I kind of watch it and make sure it doesn't move any closer to the edge.
At this point, it's it kind of it's lying down on its stomach and eating at the jerky, but yeah.
Yeah. What was the guy that was there?
Lee is there. Lee and Kale.
Okay, I look at them and go, you ever seen this cat before?
I think so. I think it's the same cat that might be the same cat that was at when we first encountered you guys. You specifically when you were with the refugees. You guys had set up a camp, and this little kitty cat was on our ship when we came down.
Huh.
I think it was this one. I've seen a few other cats, but we saw. We've seen a white cat. I think we saw a black cat and a tabby around. No clue where they go. And this one is Calico.
What am I saying? Okay, yeah. It is too dumb to what Zach is thinking. Its nose.
Yeah, like, it kind of, like, looks up at you, and, like, pushes out its face as you boop its nose.
Boop.
It licks your finger.
You're not so bad.
Goes back to tearing at its turkey. At this point, Kale, like, one of the last crates is being carried onto the skiff, and Kale looks up at you, Kyuke. Alright, Captain, it's pretty much ready to go.
Alright. Are we?
Sorry, what did you say?
I said, shall we?
I'm in. You're the one in charge. It's all ready to go. Your call.
Alright, let's head out. Who's coming?
Kale kind of looks around. Unless you want me to, I think I'd probably stay back with the rest of the crew.
Alright, works for me.
There, a few of the other crewmate, get onto the skiff with you. I think, the Admiral has 30 people, I think it was? So, about, like, there are 4 skiffs, and, 5 crewmates get on each skiff. I believe it's 30 without, not counting the captain. It's 30 crewmates.
Are our sidekicks here, or are those for something else?
Those are for later. Those are for in the
Okay,
back.
gotcha. Alright. Vin, you coming?
I think so. Sounds like a good
Alright.
opportunity to get out and about a little bit more. Stagnating upon the ship.
Yep, so you two
Alright.
get on the same one.
I would assume.
Actually, yeah.
Okay.
Actually,
Okay.
I'm gonna get on the same one, and without seeming to think about it or without acknowledging anything, just immediately head to the the word doesn't come to mind. The steering thingamajigger.
Rudder!
Rudder! That one!
Yes.
I immediately go and sit down in that spot. Put my hand on the rudder.
I'm gonna go to the bow and be all epic.
You're 1 foot on the bowsprit, like,
Exactly.
standing there that power stance.
Staring into the horizon.
Love it.
It's like
I'm
George
gonna-
Washington crossing
Let's
the Delaware.
impress this abandoned island.
As we start to pull out, I'm gonna use my elemental attunement to create isolated, very light breeze, specifically on Kike, that makes his hair and like clothing like flap in the wind dramatically.
Love
Oh
it.
my goodness.
Love it.
Start steering.
I just realized that I forgot to show, the others what Kyuke, Vind looks like. I finished his character
I
art.
love art. I look like a person now.
His art will end up coming up on stream eventually for you guys to see it. For anyone watching.
I just
Unfortunately, I can't think of a fast way to get it up on stream. So, gonna have to just wait until it pops up. But yes. Yeah, so you two get on the skiff, and as it disembarks from the ASS Admiral, and you begin to sail towards island. You're aiming for one of the major islands of the archipelago, though there are like smaller islands around, at kind of scattered at different elevations, as well as different spaces away from each other. There is also, as it tends to be with these kind of archipelagos, and islands and stuff like that, there are also kind of like almost like trails of these rocks, or different scattering effects that end up making the group somewhat closely together, as they kind of like trail around the island, and like small ones like the size of your fist, ranging to like ones the size of a carriage, kind of arranged in these different spiraling patterns. As you're kind of going, I forgot to this earlier. If all of you, including you, despite the fact that you're not going to be here this moment, roll 6 perception checks with disadvantage. Roll your corner of the eye perception checks. Tell me what the first one is before you continue rolling the rest of them, so that I can fill that.
How do I? I'm still.
Okay, so if wisdom perception. So if you're proficient, if the dot is filled, then you add your proficiency die to the roll. If it is a check, save, or attack, the primary things you will end up making, it's a d20.
Okay.
Base dice.
Wait,
Base die.
are we all rolling 6 perception
Yes.
checks?
All of you
Perception
roll
checks?
6 perception checks with disadvantage.
How does this?
You roll
wait,
2d20 and
with
take the worst.
disadvantage?
Okay.
Disadvantage, yes. Because these
Oh
are
my goodness.
these are corner of the eye checks, which basically means you're not looking for anything. You just might end up spotting it, out of the corner of your eye.
At 9.
Okay.
I got a nat 1.
Stunning.
Very in character.
And QK, what is your first one?
My first one is 11.
First one is 11. Continue rolling the rest of the 6 and write them down. Keep track of them. So yours was 11. QK, you said 11?
Yes.
Okay. Vint, as you are kind of, all of you actually, besides the person who isn't here, all of you who are on the skiff, notice something, in one of the spiraled, almost lines of minuscule islands, you think you see movement. Vince, you're pretty sure you see something. What do you think you see?
We saw a sky whale earlier. I'm dead certain that right there is a sky tortoise. Like a pink sky tortoise.
I love it. Yeah, as you're kind of flying down, it's like you spot that sky tortoise darting between the rocks. Maybe that's what the trail of rocks are. Like they end up being used as a habitat for these tortoises. Do the tortoises, like, make them the line? Is that why they're a line? Because the tortoises actually, like, gather these rocks? Like a beaver making a dam?
Some very small tortoises. He says
He's-
that out loud.
Where did I just put my pen? Literally. But I could be mistaken.
Yeah, after mentally commiserating with myself about sky tortoises, I just keep steering.
Yeah. Okay. What were all 6 of your checks?
You're wrong.
Who?
Fine.
Okay. Okay, and UK, what were your checks?
Okay, well, my first one was 11, so my other 5 were 7,
Okay.
10,
Okay.
8,
Okay.
6,
Okay.
6.
Okay. And I just realized I put yours on the wrong line. Put them under Vin's checks. Okay, and Vin's for yours.
First one was the nat 1.
Yep.
9.
Yep.
18.
Okay.
Another nat 1.
Okay.
A 22.
Okay.
13.
22 with disadvantage?
Yeah.
Ah, that's
I rolled
lucky.
I think I rolled like a 20 and a 16.
Okay. Yes.
And then had proficiency.
Essentially, corner of the eye checks are just in case I want you guys to have a chance of seeing something, but I don't want to alert you guys to the possibility that there's something to see. Or I'll roll them because I want to scare you into thinking there's something to see. One of the two.
Yay!
But yeah, how it works is I just get 6 perception checks from you guys, and then I roll a d6 to determine which one I use in any given circumstance. And they don't have to be rolled until you get better at perception. Okay. Yes, as you guys are sailing your skiffs closer to the island, you sail under one of these twists of rock, of different stones in the sky. And as Vind, you see some movement and you look up, and silhouetted in the sky, I think a tortoise is coming to join you. And then landing on the side of the ship, barely hanging on. You see, that's not a tortoise, that's a goblin.
That's no moon.
As falling from the sky, more goblins join in.
Huh?
One after the other, as they just kind of like fall towards your skiff. Like 1, 2 have landed on, and then you see 3 falling simultaneously. All of them, 2 of the 3 looking like they're definitely gonna miss, as they each grab each other's limbs as they're falling, and the lead one grabs onto the side of the skiff as one of the goblins on the skiff grabs his hand as he does so. And then the force of 4 goblins hitting that side of the skiff at once flips the skiff. And the crates begin to tumble off. They are roped on. However, when one of the goblins landed, they caught one of the ropes as the crates and barrels begin to spill out. But not all at once. What do you do?
Alright.
As these goblins there's just a chain of goblins hanging off the side of the skiff. And there's one goblin on top of the crates looking at the other goblins going, I don't want to watch
I wasn't expecting having to know what I can do.
Can I just kick a goblin off? Can I just kick the goblin chain leader off, or does that not work?
Oh yeah, you totally could. You could like go to the top goblin in the chain and just try to punt him off.
I'm just gonna punt him off.
Yeah, make an athletics check.
Like, screw the goblin chain.
Yeah, make an athletics check.
Give me 1 sec. Athletics, oh boy.
Unless you can suggest some other way that you're kicking that would require something
15,
other than athletics.
15.
Okay, yeah. You like run up and you like raise one foot and kick firmly into the as the goblin like turns and the boot catches him directly in the face. Like his nose like folding to the side as you kick him. As he just flies 5 feet off of the ship and then begins to arc down as the chain of goblins begins to swing. Almost him like swinging around the bottom goblin on the chain as they all begin to fall. As they then loop around, the center of the chain hits onto an island below, and then you see the 2 goblins on the bottom, on either end of the chain, swing around to the rock and slam each other. As they then grab onto the rock and kind of begin to climb their way onto it. As then the one still on the skiff grabs his dagger, grabs another of the ropes, as you see him beginning to slash towards the dagger.
As he starts, I move forward and just go for a kick.
Yeah, athletics check. Gotta punt this goblin off.
I'm not trying to punt him.
Oh.
I'm just, roundhouse kicking him.
Right.
Just trying to get him to stop.
Okay, yeah. Make an attack roll.
Here. Dirty 20.
Yeah, you across his face. Roll damage.
6.
Yeah, as you just across his face and he goes as he stumbles and then just collapses onto one of the crates in the sack that then begins to shift from under him towards the hole in the ropes.
Grab him and just start trying to.
Yeah. At this point, the skiff is still tilted, and is you're worried that it might begin to capsize
as
a few more barrels pour out of the hole.
As I start to pull back.
Tumble out of the hole.
You okay? Help!
Okay, I'm coming!
Make a QK since you're helping. Then you can make with advantage. Make a vehicle check.
Vehicle check.
Yes, which I believe you're proficient
I am
in.
proficient with air skips.
Yeah.
Any ability scores or just proficiency?
Dex.
Dexterity?
Strength actually.
Strength?
Because you are pulling this rudder to try to fight against the resistance as QK is trying to pull in the sail.
That would be 11.
Okay.
Do I need to roll
so
With advantage?
no, QK, you don't need to roll. You were giving Vind advantage.
I rolled 2 9s.
Yeah, so QK, you pull in, you furl the sail quickly pulling it in as Vind, you pull against the rudder, and you turn it so that it ends up. Oh shoot! I can't remember which direction a boat goes when it turns. Shoot! Boats tilt out of their turn.
Yes.
Boats tilt out of their turn.
Yes.
Ships tilt in. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah, as you begin to turn it the same direction that you're tilting, as it begins to shift. Unfortunately, it shifts too quickly. You do shift it though, as it kind of whips over. I need both of you to make dexterity. No. Dexterity saving throws or strength.
Dexterity it is.
I will tell you that, like, you just, by knowing this motion, will get a sense that the dexterity save will be harder to pull off.
It's gonna
The
be
big
better for me,
5.
though.
The
I got a
5.
whole 5, bro.
Oh, yes. Okay. Give me a second to math. 24.
24. As, Kyuke, you spin, and then basically, as it tilts to the other side, you basically, spin your feet so that you partially stand on the banister, as it then, begins to tilt back to center, whereas Kyuke just gets launched off of the mast, and off of the ship.
Whoa!
Okay.
As time kind of slows down as Kyuke, you are just kind of midair.
Okay. Real quick. Can I see?
Yes. Oh, actually, as it tilts, also, one more barrel ends up launching itself out of the net.
Island that was kind of below us that the goblins landed on.
Yes.
Would that be kind of between me and Keith?
Yes.
As he's fallen. Okay. I'm going to.
Oh, well, actually, no. The goblins tilted the ship one way, and then he was flung the opposite way. So no, it wouldn't be.
Are there?
There would be islands, yes.
Okay. I'm going to jump.
Put up.
And try to intercept with Kyuke.
Yeah.
And head towards an island, and shift so I'm on the bottom.
Okay, yeah. Make. I'm gonna say make an acrobat. You can do acrobatics because you are
acrobatics.
You're standing and you're like, okay, I'm not gonna fall off, and then you're like, no, I'm gonna use the fling of the ship to launch me over.
Okay. Uh... 25.
Okay. As you follow after as you kind of look over at the barrel that was also launched, and as you are flying, in order to try to catch up, you end up flying and then grabbing the barrel, trying to push yourself off of it and then kick as you go past, and then you just manage to get enough speed as you grab onto Kyuke, spin, and then onto an island.
Okay.
You can make an acrobatics check to attempt to avoid fall damage.
I was gonna try to grab a barrel midair, but I guess Vince got the whole thing covered.
Well, I mean, at this point, Vind is on holding you and his back to the island. You can try to do something.
I'm not gonna avoid. I'm gonna try and avoid the fall damage.
Okay.
Just kind of confused why he's. Can I try to spin around so I'll end with my back to the island?
Yes. Make opposed acrobatics checks.
I'm not gonna let you do this.
Why are you doing this?
You need to trust me.
Why?
Because.
Well, I only got a 5, so.
Okay. That's 10.
Yeah, so Vin, you grab onto him and then spin as he's like, no, it's me, and then he spins, and you like kind of like roll your eyes and spin again as you just basically do what would that be?
We did a barrel roll.
Not a 360. That would be a.
That would be a 360.
No,
You
because
do 2 360s.
no, you do. Well, you do. You
No,
grab
we
on
did
to
a
180,
two
do another
180s.
180, and another 180. That's 3 180s. What
No,
is that?
that's a
That's a
That's
math right there. That is
430.
a 3.
we know what we did.
Wait,
You
wait,
did a
no, that's
thing.
420.
Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah.
420.
You did a whole
Four-
number. Blaze it.
440, there we go.
go. As
can't
you
bear.
hit against the ground,
Okay.
you take fall damage.
I use my reaction to slow fall and reducing the fall damage by 5 times my level. That reduces the damage by 35.
Okay, yeah. So because you're holding him as well, I was actually gonna double the falling damage, or actually, in order to resist 1 fall damage, you would have had to resist 2 fall damage,
Right.
which means you resisted 15. It was a 5. It was a single d6. Yeah, as you like kind of slow and then.
This is a
Yeah.
poop of wind right as we land.
You, as you pretty much like air hockey across the island for a little bit before you hit against the ground. As then you look up and past Kyuke's head and a barrel flying directly at you two. Both of you make. You can make. You're the only one who can see it, Vin. Because Kyuke, like you're face to face with Kyuke.
Yeah.
So you can make a dexterity save with disadvantage to get both you and Kyuke out of the way. Or a dexterity save to get one of the two of you out of the way.
So if I do one of those.
It's a normal dexterity save for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that would, for the person not getting out of the way, basically count as an automatic fail.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pushing Kyuke out of the way.
Okay. Yes. Kyuke, I would like you to make a perception check.
Oh, cool. Coolio. Perception Neroni. That's a natural 19, so adding all the
Okay.
modifiers.
Yes. As you
that's a
hear the sound of whistling behind you, of like it doesn't quite sound like a cannonball, but it's close. As you figure it's probably not a cannonball, probably something else.
22.
As you feel Vin begin to push you out of the way, I will now give you an option. You can make a dexterity save at disadvantage to get you and Vin out of the way. If you fail, you both get hit.
Can I push him out of the way?
Yes, you can try to push him out of the way. Okay, you make a dexterity save opposed on Vin's, acrobatics.
That's gonna be 18. It's a dex save?
16.
Yeah, as Vin, you begin to throw him out of the way, and he grabs your shoulders, spins you around him, and throws you out of the way. As then, a barrel just hits him.
This is literally just WWE at this point.
And Kyuke, you take 2 damage.
Oh, that's nothing.
As this barrel collides with you and then shatters across you. And
I mean, it looked epic.
yeah, as it like shatters across you, spilling its not continents.
Content.
I was
Contents.
gonna say, please tell me it's
spilling
spilled
its
oranges.
content on you. As it
What-
hits you, as
what
then
is
you
this
feel
content?
like you feel something probably about the same weight as the barrel itself, lying on top of you. You look down as a goblin looks up at you.
Why did you do that? What in the world? I didn't deserve this. I just want to take a nap.
What? Why is this thing screaming at me?
Why are you talking to me?
Notably, are you what language are you speaking?
Common.
Yeah, it is speaking the Karatoran variation of Common.
Whoa. Everyone, boss, calm down.
I grapple the. No, I'm kidding.
Grapple the goblin.
Both of you calm down.
You grapple me, I will kick you.
First of all,
I have drawn my blade.
First of all,
she is currently still on top of you.
I pull,
Oh, okay.
I pull the goblin off.
Let me go!
Like, not holding her, but like, pulling her back, holding by the collar, and putting my hand, like, in front of QK going, wait. First of all...
I'm still gonna draw my blade.
Yeah, I like QK springs to it. Do you spring to your feet or just on the ground and draw your sword?
Oh no, I spring up.
Yeah.
I spring up. Katana at the ready.
Wait. First of all, you okay? You're an idiot. I would have been fine with the barrel. And second of all, who are you?
As
Yeah?
you look at this goblin who they have kind of like charcoal hair with almost a tinge of orange, almost like ember. With some twigs and leaves in their hair, and they have wraps across different parts of their bodies, across their chest, across their waist, and some straps holding up armor. It looks like they have like 6, maybe 8 shoulder pads, like pauldrons around their body, like hung at different points to act as full armor. It does look like Karatoran soldier pauldrons, however, like the kind of not accordion, but segmented, like a malleable shoulder that like some samurai look like, and Chinese soldiers from the Three Kingdom era.
Well?
Or you. Yeah, ugly.
Oh, I am Captain Wind.
Captain. What's
Yes.
that?
Half Captain.
That's dumb.
You're right, it is dumb. I have to share captain responsibilities with... Never, don't worry about it. Now I've answered your question, buddies. Who are you?
So that's why you're half captain.
I'm Ori. And I wanted to take a nap. So why did you
Well, some goblins landed on our skiff, and and kind of flipped it over, and then we jumped and flipped, and barrel that you were in fell on him.
How?
As you look back at the skiff, you see below it the goblins that had fallen. They actually caught some of the crates that had fallen as well, and are currently jumping from island to island. Actually, they are still in a chain at this point. Like they break a chain, they jump, become a chain again. The middle 3 catch 3 crates. And then the top one grabs an island, swings, and then the bottom one grabs another island and swings. As a chain, these 5 goblins are monkeying from island to island.
I
Did
don't
you
like
do
the.
that?
I didn't
I don't
do
like-
that. Why is that thing in the sky? I'm so
Yeah,
confused!
Definitely not.
Where's
the tortoise.
Kurator?
I'm not a fan of the
No!
goblination that's just
You're
rolling
very,
its way around the island.
You're very far away from Karator.
They are working their way towards
I
the
mean, that's
archipelago.
cool, but why? How? Explain.
I like go. Well, you see, that barrel you were in was on a pirate ship. A pirate ship that traveled between planes from Karator to here, an unnamed planet that is being made.
I don't understand. I thought.
Okay, so you know when you look at the sky and you see stars?
Yeah.
Some of those have other planets on them. They're like
But-
the sun for the planet. This is one of those.
But ships! They're for water! They're
Oh
for
no,
water!
a sky ship.
How is this possible?
Magic.
Okay.
It floats and then go voom, and it's in another planet.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Eh.
Yeah.
Eh.
And why?
Oh, first off,
Why are we here?
Why were you?
Well, I'm here because a bunch of refugees were getting attacked by a very angry couple of men, one of which was dead and the other of which had a very nice beard. This guy's here because he... Didn't you guys, like, jump on the pirate ship? Go with the pirates?
Pretty much.
So he is
I mean-
one of the
I mean-
pirates. I am now, but I wasn't when I came, which is why I'm half a captain.
Exactly.
Okay. So basically, he's been a pirate for longer, which is why he threatened violence instantly. Cool!
But that's just how he is. It's because of... I point at the sword. That guy.
You, you hear a pirate yelling from a skiff. Not all pirates!
Seems like
Hashtag
all of
not
them
all
to me!
pirates!
So, first off, why were you in a barrel?
I wanted to take a nap,
As
and there was too much noise.
with the question, why were you in a barrel?
Let me rephrase this. Not why were you in the barrel, but why were you in a barrel?
As Ori starts explaining,
Well, basically.
and then we will go into the actual scene. Ori, you are standing on the deck of a massive ship, looking for a place to take a nap. As a reminder, this is your scene, so of course you do have plot points, as well as control of your character.
Oh, where to sleep? There's not many people around, is there?
No, there's a good amount of
There's a
people
good amount
around.
of
Yeah,
people?
there's a
Okay.
good amount of people around. You are currently like on the railing, looking like. Actually, you're like on top. This ship is so big, it has like city walls around it.
Okay.
Instead of railings, you're kind of on top of one of those walls, looking down at the deck, with people kind of milling around at the top.
Okay.
This deck, you can make a perception check to look for a good place to nap.
Got a 16.
Okay. As you look around, can't really see good places to nap. They're like you can, however, see in the middle there is this large grate that looks like it goes below deck, and then there are also like different hatches around the place that also look like they go below deck.
That is a very good option. Maybe I'll go for one of those hatches. See what happens. If I die.
As you look over to the two goblins next to you, would the two of you like to describe your goblins? Starting with Dante, describe your goblin.
Right.
You are on the ASS castle. Basically, you're on one of the walls, looking over the
Okay.
deck.
This little guy is even shorter than the average goblin. Like 1.5 feet tall. Has like dark, kind of burnt orange skin, and ginormous goggles that look like he probably got them from an even bigger goblin. You just can't see his eyes. And he's he's only wearing this tiny makeshift leather apron as he just.
And Eric, describe your goblin.
Oh, I'm playing a goblin. I didn't know this. Okay, cool.
Yes, yeah. This is your sidekick for
Oh.
Ori's back.
Oh,
back
so I need
flash.
I need to craft a sidekick for this too.
Yes, yeah. You don't have to
Okay.
like make their stats right now. We'll develop that as
Gotcha.
we go.
Just keep
Yeah.
basic stuff. Do you have a preferred name, or shall I name my own goblin?
You get to name them. This is why I didn't
My
let
name
you
is-
choose. Gonna make
My
these up
name
on the spot.
my name is Spit because that's what I do a lot. I'm missing an eye, but I'm wearing the eye patch on the wrong eye.
I'm missing
So-
an I. It's not spelled spit. It's just SPT.
No. I mean, I'm missing an actual eye.
Yeah. No, I got that.
It's just yeah. I'm missing an eye, and I'm wearing an eye patch on the wrong eye. So I'll just lift it up.
So
to
you're
see where I'm
blind
going.
unless you lift up your eye patch.
Yo.
I love that.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
And I have a very large, very gold nose ring, which I'm very proud of. Other than that,
Mentioned this goblin is named.
I mean, other than that, I'm a pretty basic goblin. Like I have no hair. I'm completely bald. And I'm
Good
wearing
stuff.
like tattered. Like I've got like a vest, and it's like blue and fancy, but it's so old and disgusting and horrid that like you can barely tell it's blue or used to be blue.
It's an Afro. Exact same color as
Are
the
you two also looking for a place to nap, or are you looking for a place for Ori to nap?
looking for a place for
Looking
Ori
for-
to nap.
I'm looking for a place to spit.
In a rich man's home, the only place to spit is his face.
Exactly.
There are plenty of rich people here to spit at, I'm sure.
There is, like, the back of the ship is a literal castle.
Some of the things to spit in.
Actually, like, yeah, so. What do you do?
Vince, do you want to come to the castle and find some rich people to spit at? Maybe we can find a napping spot there too. Probably more comfortable than whatever's in the tunnels.
I mean, spitting at rich people sounds fun.
Does, I'm
I don't
sure.
have anything against that.
I like instantly hawk a loogie, but I'm like unsure where to spit it, so I just hold on to it. I just skew it in my mouth.
Knick-knack.
That's disgusting!
holds his hands out and is like.
I relent.
His knick-knack just takes the spit in his hand and just.
My goodness. We're off to a good
It's still
start.
weird. I still think that's weird. No matter how many times you do it, I don't get used to it.
You're going to die one day doing that. You can't
Yeah, it
just
makes you
chug
stronger.
another person's spit. Whatever.
Oh, come on. Spit's good for your immune system.
Maybe your own. Kept in your own mouth.
Nah,
Let's
that's
find
why
a
I get
place
rid of
to
it.
nap.
My spit's bad for my immune system.
Well then, get rid of it in a sanitary way.
As a light passes, just barely over where you are.
Woo! Who's that?
You look up and, like, the castle has different, like, spotlights coming off of several levels of it. That are kind of, like, tracking around the deck of the ship. As well as off of the ship, just off of it.
Thank
And
goodness I have
just
this eye patch to
stares
keep me.
straight at the light and just.
Knack, you'll go blind.
As Knick-Knack, your hands are starting to get really cold now that they were wet. The wind on top of this glacier is not. You're pretty sure your hands are going to start to become solid if you stay out in this breeze too long.
I wait for Ori. And then jump down.
I will say, Ori's actually not wearing anything other than, like, bandages and armor.
Yeah, I just wipe it on Ori's, like, ribs.
What a
He's
what this is good for I get.
one spot where there's nothing covering, just... Oh.
If you thought it was gross in the first place, why did you drink it?
Oh, not well. Oh.
Just thought about that first. Go somewhere indoors where you won't die.
What? I point off the wall.
Like, towards the ship or off the ship?
Towards the ship.
Okay.
Yes.
Like, just the drop off the wall. What?
Let's go.
I jump.
Okay,
follow him.
have you determined your HP yet?
No, I haven't even thought about
You
that.
might want to do that.
Oh, no.
You only take 1 point of damage, so chances are it won't knock you out.
Yeah,
It might be enough to trigger an injury, but...
How do I
quickly gets the
He's
injury
determining
table.
that.
So the side kicking is a roll,
I
it gains
follow
one
him
hit
and roll
die,
for
and its hit point max.
Damage as
So
well. See what happens.
Oh right, does it
it's
not?
really
It doesn't.
about roll the hit die.
It doesn't say what type of hit die does it.
It doesn't say
I remember
anywhere.
seeing that.
Not
What?
even
What are you?
with the classes.
Which classes? Which
He'll
class?
probably end up being
Expert. Then let's go with a D6. Or no, D8. Sorry. Spellcaster is D6.
right.
That's what I'm gonna go with. It might supposed to be the character it's a sidekick of their hit dice. I have no clue.
Probably.
The PDF is unclear. I should report that to Unearthed Arcana.
You should.
The,
What's unclear? What's unclear?
what hit die the sidekicks are actually supposed to use?
It says it's actually on here. It says the stat block, but there's no stat block here. But the thing
Yeah.
is that you're supposed to choose a creature, basically, and it's
Oh,
the creature
right.
stat block. Yeah, it's any creature
that
with a
hit
stat
dice
block
is
in the
so
monster
weird.
manual or another
The
D&D
creature
book,
hit
but it must be CR 1 or lower, and the two of you must be
Right.
friends.
Yeah.
That's
Creature hit dice don't make any sense though.
Yeah.
They really don't. Whatever. Da, 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 da. 74.
Oh yeah, the creature's hit die. Yeah. There it is. It's when you determine hit points for a creature. It's that die, I believe.
Right. Yeah.
That's
I'm
what it
just
is.
gonna use the method I'm using.
Like an Aarakocra is a D8.
Yeah. Like warriors are D10, experts are D8, and spellcasters are D6.
Gotcha.
That's just what I'm gonna do.
This character's an expert at spitting.
Okay. 14 hit points.
That divided by 8, so it's gonna be 1. So that did match your injury threshold. I rolled it. I rolled 99 as you hit with your legs against and just as you slam to the ground. As you have not. You are not sure if it's broken, sprained, whatever. Your legs really hurt.
As Nick Nack hits the ground and just goes.
Knick-knack, you idiot!
As
It's supposed to go down
as you
either
hear,
way.
the two other goblins hear the equivalent of "Hold up, hiya, huh." Whereas you, since you actually know Common, hear, "What was that? Go check it out."
Okay.
That's what you hear. And you actually hear that coming from towards the castle.
We need to go get him now.
Oh, by the way, you have disadvantage
Now!
with any check that involves your legs.
Oh gosh.
Spit, let's find a safe way down. Quickly!
I
Now!
can't believe I rolled 99 on the first injury roll of the game.
Is there anything that we could like leap across to that we could like climb down?
I mean, you could, like, grab the edge of the roof, swing down, and then drop.
What's
Which
the
would lower
chance
you
of-
far enough down where you wouldn't take the fall damage.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Okay, yeah, make an acrobatics or athletics check,
Okay.
dexterity or strength. Both, Spit and you, as long as Spit isn't jumping off.
Okay, so I have.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a
Efficiency.
climb
Did
Reno, I
use
believe.
the-
Oh, you have expertise in that, so you use 2
Okay.
proficiency dice.
Okay.
And you're using the level 3 version of your character, which I think you forgot to
Okay.
actually make.
No,
Or
I got it.
it's that.
Here
Okay,
we go.
cool. Yeah, you use the level 3, so it's only a D4, not a D6.
Okay.
Sorry, what checks are these?
And it's 2D4 because you
Okay.
have expertise.
Okay.
So it would actually, just for expediency, like, roll it all at once.
Okay.
If you are grabbing onto the roof to swing down, then jump down to negate the falling damage, it is
Yup.
athletics or acrobatics, strength or dexterity.
Rolled a 23.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we're gonna do
Bring down
acrobatic. Wait, so do I use the stat block for a freaking goblin, or do you want me to actually like determine?
No,
its
roll
scores?
your, either use presets or roll your stats. No need to roll all 7 of them now, you can literally just roll dexterity, because that's the one you're using right now. Actually, yeah, no, I'm gonna go with rolling. Roll your stats, and the first time you use a stat, that's when you're gonna roll it. Not before you choose to use it.
Okay.
The first
Well,
time
I'm
you
gonna use-
actually use it.
I'm gonna use strength, not dexterity. So my athletics, since I have what level
Yeah.
are we? Level 3?
Yes. Level 3.
Well, so since I'm an expert, I'm gonna have expertise in athletics because I want to be an unnaturally strong goblin.
Nice, love it. You gotta build those muscles for like spitting.
Exactly.
Like
So,
you involve your every muscle in your body is involved in hawking a loogie.
Well, I got exactly.
Like you see the ripple of force coming from his fingertips and toes all the way up to his mouth.
I feel like this attack should do force damage, but that's just me.
If you spit on someone, it's gonna do psychic damage.
Say psychic damage.
I got a 9. Yeah, I want expertise 2 skills. Oh yeah, athletics
Yeah.
and freaking intimidation, of course.
I love it.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so that's 9.
That 9 is the check.
Yeah, that's my total everything.
Okay, yeah. As you swing down and land, as you kind of like swing down, you hit the wall and lose grip of the roof. And you take
Should've-
5 points of damage.
I should have flipped my eye patch up.
So you probably should have, yeah. As you need to roll your Constitution and then determine your HP. Because you took 5 points of
Constitution,
damage, which means you might die.
I have 20 con. I have 20.
You have 20. You should have been.
What-
You should have been
Sorry,
rolling
I can't bring.
4d6, not a d20.
Yes, you are correct.
But I will give you 18 for that instance.
Is it 3d6?
4d6. Remove the lowest.
Oh, for the stat.
Yeah,
For the
yeah,
stat.
yeah. Never
Yeah, I
mind.
thought-
Never mind. We have. Never
Yeah,
mind.
I
We
was
have
like,
9 con.
No.
I thought you were
Because you like rolled a I like the concept of you having an 18 Constitution. Like, you have an 18 Constitution.
You just want me to have 18 Constitution?
Yeah, because you rolled a d20 and got a 20. Like,
Okay. Okay.
like-
I'll have 18 con. I'm
because of
unnaturally thick
confusion, I'm
boy.
just gonna give you an 18. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, are you a warrior?
I'm an expert.
Expert.
At spinning.
Expert. So d8s.
Oh,
so-
D8.
yeah. Roll
Sweet.
3 d8 to determine your HP.
Is the first one just a base 8?
Oh
plus
yes. So,
Constitution,
yeah.
and then
Oh,
D8
you are
for the
right.
rest, right?
You are right. Yes.
I have 18
Um,
con. That's plus 4. Oh my gosh, it's 12 hit
You
points
actually
plus.
You probably should have had
I
HP wrong.
calculated HP.
Uh,
but I wrote
26.
down the wrong dice.
20.
26 is my HP.
Okay, 26 divided by 8 is not enough to be 3. Yes. Because you'd need... No, it is. Because 24 is 8 times. Yeah. Right?
Don't look at me.
Yeah, because it's 16, 24. Yes. So,
Watching her friends.
okay, so, since you took 5 damage, that's not double your, damage, but it is still 1 time, and I rolled an 88. I rolls on these injuries. Compromised, disadvantage on all attacks for the rest of the encounter.
I am wearing an eye patch of the wrong eye, so I feel like that goes with the territory.
Yes, I mean, that does actually mean that you will have double disadvantage on all attacks.
Oh god.
Because blind already gives you disadvantage on attacks.
Oh no. That's not.
I thought I was gonna have to start. Was gonna explain why there's only 2 goblins with her this time, and maybe 3
my
goblins or 4 in previous times. But I'm not gonna have to explain that at all.
I hurt my ribs. I can't spit as hard now.
I take Spit's hand and drag him along, and I pick Knick-Knack up by the collar.
I think I'm
Knick-Knack,
To be clear, you can walk, and it doesn't affect your movement speed. It's just that like doing any checks with it.
I get my legs under me and I kind of.
I'll be back in a second.
Thank you would
Yeah.
be nice, you idiot.
Is Ori a male or female goblin?
Female.
Okay, just to make sure. Okay.
Blah, blah.
And with the art style of this D&D campaign, it is actually able for people to tell the difference in between the 2 genders. Goblins are more normalized in looks than in my normal D&D campaigns.
Nice.
Um,
Try to flatten my hair, stick straight back up and go.
Nice try. Okay, now let's get somewhere indoors where it's not cold and we won't get caught.
okay, everyone roll a stealth check as you go to the nearest hatch.
Alright, getting my dexterity
That is
calculated.
that is definitely with disadvantage because you are walking. So
That-
walking
that's all-
quietly
that's
does
alright,
require
I
your
have
feet.
expertise in stealth.
Okay.
Okay, so that's
4.
You got a 4
+1.
in all plus your dexterity modifier?
Oh, that's a thing too.
Yeah, so dexterity so.
Maybe that'll be better. Alright, that's a 6. Still
And
not much
the
better.
expertise cancels the. Wait. Or am I stupid?
Expertise
That's
does
also
not
my proficiency
does
dice.
not counter it. No.
Okay.
Expertise gives you double proficiency bonus.
Right.
Mastery gives you permanent
Yeah.
advantage
Is that
and
double the
proficiency.
dice?
Double the dice.
Dice. Got it.
I mean, technically, you could
Cool.
just double the die rolled.
That's.
What's rolled on the die. But
Okay, I returned with snacks.
okay, you need to roll a stealth check
17.
because you're trying to get to the hatch. You will not have disadvantage on this, even though you're blind. Like, it doesn't affect skill checks.
Wait, I need to roll a stealth check?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, because you're
Um,
trying to get to the nearest hatch. So I think you need
Well,
to roll
time to
your
use my
dexterity
time
as
to
well.
figure out what my
Yeah.
dex is.
17.
Nicely done.
Yeah, with my creaky legs.
Yeah.
Poor knick-knack.
Just like more like
Dex.
whimpering
Dex is
in
11.
pain
Okay.
every time you take a step.
Stealth check, 6.
Wow.
Stunning. 2 of you got 6s. And then the one with the hurt legs gets really high. I like to imagine that like you can tell the vicinity of a guard as long as Knick-Knack is aware of the guard, because his whines get quieter as the guards get closer. As yeah, you hear you see the glow. Well, not everyone sees the glow of a lantern, but 2 of you see the glow of a lantern approach around a mortar battery. And okay. As you see 4 figures walk around as they raise up their lantern, casting light. As Knick-Knack, you quickly like get behind a battery, and pull the other 2 towards you as like they're coming close. As you see, as you're pulling them, the light strikes both of them. Goblins!
I let go and just.
As you hear a bell ring, or actually, yeah, you hear a bell ring, ding ding. As you hear 2 answering, ding. As from all sides of you, pretty much. Yeah, you guys like you were kind of pulled towards the battery. As when you get spotted, like you kind of like stumble past him and he's just against the wall.
Why? Why? It's my fault that you yeeted
Hear you,
yourself off the
Knick-Knack.
wall.
You're speaking to gobble, Knick-Knack. I can't understand you.
There is a door to the battery.
Open the door. Open the door.
As
Let's go.
it's locked.
Try using force on it.
You can try.
Pick them up.
Like, as you're picking it, she's like kicking it next to you. Yeah, make an athletics check, and
Okay.
you make a, I mean, it would be a dexterity check. Does it actually say you get tool proficiency? Or does it just say skill proficiency?
2 tool proficiencies of your choice.
Okay, yeah. So you could choose that to be.
Got a 14.
Nice. As yeah, you are kicking against this solid, well-crafted wood door. As it's just a thud,
Break!
thud,
Now!
thud.
Be with
Dexterity. Yeah.
Okay. 14.
As you are like kicking at the lock, and it's thud, thud. As the light like is kind of bending around the battery, as you begin to see the light like streak around the other battery farther down, and you see a lantern come up from the hatch you were originally running to. But no one has come up yet. However, you are like, at this point, you 3 are fully bathed in light of a lantern that has been set on top of a ladder as someone is climbing up. You can both try again.
Only.
Do you stop kicking?
Can you actually unlock that door? Fine, I'll give you another chance. If it doesn't work, I'm kicking it again and harder.
As you imagine it, it swings open.
I'm impressed. You've done something right.
Yeah. As you guys all rush into the battery, and yeah, in this battery there is a seat with several levers around it and a periscope on it.
Close the door and lock it.
Okay.
Thank you. I would have forgotten that. We want to try and pull those levers.
I pull over.
As the seat begins to rotate, and you see the part of the ceiling begin to rotate as well.
Interesting.
They're inside the battery! As like the two of you hear, as you hear, they're inside the battery!
I pull another lever.
It's not rotating. It's not rotating this time. But you do still hear the moving of gear.
Guys, what's going on? I can't see anything. I got the eye patch on.
Can you hear them yelling? They know we're in
you
here.
would recognize. You can definitely hear the yelling. You can recognize by hearing that you're in a small room, and you can hear gears. You like recognize the sound of heavy machinery.
Pull another lever. As I do so, humming to myself the tune of my clan.
Yeah, you pull another lever, and then actually, I suppose there'd only be two levers because there's not anything else this thing can do. Yeah. As it's like, as you see the seat goes, as you also hear another gear go.
I believe them both switched.
You just switched and it's like as you hear it go. As one of the gears stops after a while, but the seat is still going just rotating.
Are
in
you
circles.
in the seat?
As you then at this point you hear jangling and spit. You would recognize it as keys.
A key?
Yeah, you hear the jangling of keys from outside.
Hello? Someone's got keys, but they sound really shiny.
Ooh, shiny keys. We should take them.
I try and get in the chair.
Okay, yeah, you climb up into the chair.
Sit.
Guys, I think they're coming in.
Yeah, you hear you hear keys slide into the lock.
When they come in, hit them. We'll take the keys and Knick-knack, gotta get out of the chair. We gotta go. This is not a good place for Knack at all.
I hold on to the chair.
Listen, Ori, we goblins. We wasn't made for this.
As
No, we
We just spit
wasn't.
on stuff.
We wasn't made for this, but we gotta do this anyway.
you
It's your fault.
My fault.
Spit, you hear quietly. Do you do anything? You're the only one who manages to hear this.
I just had somebody say, oh, hey, oh, ah.
Okay, so he says what sounds like random words. You hear numbers. They're counting down. They're counting down. They're counting down from 6.
That's not good. They are probably going to come in here and kill us when they
Or
stop
actually-
counting.
Well,
Wait, what?
they're counting
Well,
down.
I
from
mean, there's numbers?
As
Yeah,
soon
they're
as she
numbers.
says that, I immediately hide.
Okay, yeah, make a stealth check.
Yeah.
Because you were actually staying still for this check and not moving well in stealth, you won't have to do a disadvantage.
13.
Okay, yeah. As immediately Knick-knack hides behind the chair.
I'm gonna do the only thing that a goblin can do in this situation is pull a big brain and hide behind the door.
Okay.
I'm gonna race to hide behind the chair as well.
Okay. Make a stealth check at disadvantage because there are now 2 goblins trying to hide behind the chair. So roll both d20 at once.
Oh, okay.
You have 2 d20. Roll them both at once.
Okay. 4.
Like he's like behind the chair and you're like halfway behind the chair.
I look.
Sorry.
I start
I'm
looking
so
for
sorry,
a new
Nick.
hiding place.
There are other machinery as Spit, you hear hello.
They saying my words. This is who you.
I
mean-
I could go hide behind something else.
Yeah, make another stealth check.
As I run away, go. Blah, blah. Better. 21.
Okay. Do either of the other of you do anything else?
I'm hiding behind the door.
Yeah.
So when the
Did you
door
actually make a
opens-
stealth? Did you make a stealth check for that?
Yes, and I got 19.
19. Okay.
Can I try and hide behind the chair better?
Yes, you can. It's not disadvantaged this time.
Okay.
Because you're hiding alone.
Okay, cool. 4.
Remember your dexterity bonus.
Oh yeah, okay.
Stealth
so
dexterity.
6.
Okay. As
Oh
go. As then the door swings open. As it swings open, Spit, you need to make I'm gonna say a strength saving throw. As this heavy wooden door swings open rapidly.
Wait, what am I saving through proficiencies? How do I know?
You can choose one save. You can choose
Choose 2.
choose choose 2 from anything. Just choose 2 from anything.
Cool.
It's not technically correct, but choose 2 from anything.
Strength, of course, and we're gonna go Constitution because we're big and beefy. So is let's see here. That's a 10 plus a strength modifier, which is gonna be a 1 plus proficiency, which is gonna be a total of 13.
Yeah, as the door swings open and you like put up your hands at the last moment as it hits you against the wall. You only take half damage. You do take 2 points of damage.
Oh, that's fun.
Which, because of your previous injury, does bring down your normal threshold, right? So you do. I forgot to roll the percentage with that roll. You have 1 injury, so that would be 51.
Oh boy, well that's not fun.
That is fearsome
like this.
wound. Disadvantage on all charisma checks for the rest of the encounter.
Ooh, sweet.
This is basic.
Now let's-
Yeah,
Jealous
your
anyway.
nose just like folds directly up.
I'm already missing an eye. This is a compliment.
As you're just behind the door, like just kind of in pain. As 4 pirates rush into the room. I need all of you to roll stealth checks. Actually, other than Spit, who is behind the door, which pretty much, even from any angle, that's a pretty good hiding spot.
Yeah.
So you're not gonna have to roll again. Everyone else has to roll stealth again as they are searching the room. Well, actually, you have to roll with disadvantage.
Oh, okay, fun.
Nat 1, baby.
Oh.
The stealthy
14.
boy got a nat 1.
Okay, 13. Yeah, so, they, actually, no, because you failed the first one, you would automatically fail. So yeah, they, like, the guards immediately come, around either side of the seat as you're just there. They're like,
Hi.
found her! Found it! As then you try to shift around, like, the gears to try to remain hidden, as you, shift, and you are standing on top of a gear. And you
Machinery's on.
and the machinery is ticking as your foot goes inside of one of the pegs, as you just fall in front of them. There's 2!
Am I still in the gear?
Your foot is in the gear as it's, like, slowly, like, ticking, like, but it's not, like, super quick. as you can pull your foot out.
Going to
As yes.
I'm gonna do his intelligence real quick.
Okay.
8. Got it. As soon as Knick-Knack realizes he's been spotted, he's gonna try and go further into the gears.
He's gonna try to climb into the machine.
Yes.
Okay, which is currently moving.
Yes.
Okay.
He immediately just.
Knick-Knack!
I'm gonna
Don't
say
do it!
make an acrobatics check.
This is gonna get so dark, guys. This is gonna get so dark.
Okay.
Wait,
Knick-Knack!
6.
Knick-Knack!
He just-
Don't do it!
As yeah, he begins to climb into the gears, and then your first turn within the moving gears, as you take 1 point of damage, which is that your threshold?
Yes, my threshold is 1.
Okay, I need to roll a percentile with the roll. You already have 1 injury, so that's 86. Compromise disadvantage on all attacks for the rest of the encounter. As you like go in and then just as you go in, you see him crawl out of sight, and then you just see the gears skip a beat, and you're as then they get moving again.
My
And
arms is now just.
we're not actually going to describe what's happening to you because Ori wouldn't know, and Ori is the one telling the story. All that happens is that the gears skip a beat.
Knick-Knack, you need to come out of there now!
As
Gonna die!
I should have made you make an initiative check to do that before the guards can do anything. What did you what did the other 2 goblins do?
I have a pirate on either side of me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there are 4 pirates in
Oh,
this
4?
zone. Yeah.
Okay.
A large horde of pirates.
I try to dive between a couple of them towards where Knick-Knack is to see if I can get over there and then
Pull
go to
them out of the gears.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
First make an initiative check as
Okay.
like the guards go to grab you where you're standing.
3.
His nickname.
3. As the guards you're like, I'm gonna save Knick-Knack as the guards have already grabbed you. That is shoot, I think 3 for a large horde. So no, it's +1 strength for a large horde. That would be +1. Okay, yeah. As you need to make an opposed athletics or acrobatics, dexterity, or strength check.
Okay.
Oh.
So acrobatics is an option.
Either acrobatics or strength.
Okay.
Dexterity or acrobatics or athletics.
Okay.
Strength or dexterity.
Okay.
You can choose which one you match to which.
So confused.
So skills are not always matched to a specific ability.
Okay.
So when I'm saying, basically you can choose either athletics or acrobatics,
Okay.
and you can choose either strength or dexterity.
Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna do acrobatics and dexterity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm technically incorrect there. It's with avoiding a grapple, it is specifically
Okay.
dexterity, acrobatics, or strength athletics. I'm just saying it wrong because I'm an idiot.
Good. And I'd have the proficiency bonus for that since I have the. Okay.
Yeah, if it
Alright,
says you're
I'm gonna-
proficient.
Up on your side.
Does it say if you have 2, then you are expertise, which
Okay.
means you add 2 proficiency bonuses,
Okay.
Yeah, so you
which
have-
you already are doing.
Okay.
That should only be 1d4.
Oh,
Your
1d4,
proficiency dice.
okay.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
your
Er.
normal is 1d4.
Okay.
Expertise is double your normal.
Okay.
15. Yeah, as like they grab your shoulders as you just slip down, and duck out of their way. You can, you're heading to the gears. You need to make a tumble check. As you're trying to go, make an acrobatics dexterity check to try to, like, weave through them without them being able to grab you again.
Okay.
As, like, the other two are rushing at you.
24.
Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of running towards you as you just, like, duck and, like, run along one wall, to try to get to the gears. As you, like, jump at the edge of the gears and try to reach in. Are you resisting being pulled out of the gears?
Yes.
Okay. You need to make a strength athletics check,
Okay.
and you can make a dexterity acrobatics or strength athletics check.
Dexterity acrobatics.
Uh, 4.
15.
As you grab his feet and then pull as he just like straightens his feet and you pull 2 boots.
Knick-knack, you gotta come out! You're gonna die in there!
I'm assuming that Spit is just hiding behind the door still. Or are you doing something else? Spit, you there?
I'm just chilling.
Just chilling, okay.
Oh yeah, I'm just
Yeah,
chilling and
he's
hearing the
vibing.
sounds of violence and
Okay,
assuming that horrible things are happening to my friend.
Yeah,
They have
you
the
can make
headphones on.
you can make another. For all you know, it like the sounds from Knick-Knack or like the pirates beating him up.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you need to, which really repaints the context. Knick-Knack, get out of there! Ah, bah! No! Like, Spit, you're just behind the door like, wow, these pirates are brutal!
They're not to be seen.
Make an acrobatics check to attempt to, like, as you're trying to crawl further through the gears.
17.
17. Okay, yeah, as you, like, crawl through the gears, as, like, they're, like, spinning around you, as you, like, crawl through, like, as they're spinning, one of the, like, where there are the spokes, you crawl it through one of the gears where the spokes are, just before it, like, spins through a wall. As you're just crawling through the gears. At this point, you are completely out of reach from the beginning of the gears. And still do not see an end to the gears. Yes, as we're actually going to kind of ignore Knick-Knack for the rest of, like, this encounter, unless you follow through the gears.
I don't think I can. At that point, I'm like, he seems to be surviving. He's fine.
You are currently, like, in this room with the 4 people, and you still see the lanterns outside. So if you saw outside, you saw one group that had 4 people, which means if you saw 2 more lanterns out there,
It's a lot more people.
like, if they have uniform patrols, that's 8 people outside and 4 inside.
Okay. I pull out my Yukin. Is that how we determined it was pronounced?
I think you can, yeah.
Yeah. I pull out my Yukin and get ready to...
Which is essentially a banjo, but it has the proportions of a frying pan. Actual instrument, and I love it.
And I get ready to just kick some
look
butt
it
with
up,
this
they're great.
thing. Yuequin is how it's spelled.
As, like, you are ready to fight?
Yes, I am ready to fight.
Okay, yeah,
And I yell, Spit, you gotta come out! I need help! Now!
But you yelled that in Goblin?
Yes, in
Yeah,
Goblin.
because, I mean, they wouldn't understand. He wouldn't understand it if it was in
They won't
Common.
understand
Yeah.
Common.
As
Maybe
basically
from
the
the
guards
beginning
just see you
also
brandish a weapon, I'm actually gonna ask for a intimidation check with disadvantage because you're not trying to intimidate.
Okay.
But you are a goblin that pulled out something, is holding it in like weapon and yelling at them.
Okay.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that.
Yeah, no, they're great. They're so good.
How does proficiency in something affect disadvantage?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Makes that easier. 2.
Okay. As one of them is like, this goblin's getting feisty. As they die. Like the 4 of them come at you to try to grab you. So you need to roll 2 strength athletics or dexterity acrobatics checks.
Okay, we're gonna do dexterity acrobatics. So that's
Yeah, you have to roll 2 of them.
okay.
2 proficiency dice
2 proficiency
because of your
dice,
expertise.
and then, okay.
Yeah. Basically, I mean this is technically incorrect, but the number of dots, that's the number of d4 you'll roll.
Okay. So that's 9 there, and then
It is correct until it's not.
and then. Okay. 25.
25. Yes. So yeah, for the first one, you just they dive. 2 of them dive at you as you just jump out of the way. Roll again, because they're essentially grappling you twice. Yes, I know multi-attack does not technically apply to grapples, but in this instance, I'm making it apply.
Just one once or twice?
What you just rolled.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
your
19.
second one. 19? Okay. And yep, they failed that grapple as well. As they're jumping at you. 2 of them jump at you, grab at you, and you duck out of the way. As 2 more jump at you, and you're as you just fall on your back as they slam their faces together, and kind of slide to the floor before getting up.
Can I swing around and whack them with my Yukin before they are totally up?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Make an attack roll.
Alright. Is D20?
Are you proficient in improvised weapons or Yukin?
Improvised
as a
weapons,
weapon?
yes.
Okay, then you are proficient. So
Okay.
you add a D4.
Okay.
You add your proficiency bonus.
Alright. 14.
14. Okay. Yes, as you just as you hear the reverberation from the instrument, as you essentially one of the strings plucks on his nose. Roll damage. Did we? We didn't actually. You didn't write down what weapon we would equivalent it as. I'm gonna equivalent it as a club, which I believe is a
Okay.
D4. Is it a D4 or a D6?
I think it's D6.
Roll a D6 and I will check.
2.
Yes, then. There. Okay, future reference, it's a D4.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a D4.
Yeah.
I think I was thinking great club.
Actually, it's a mace, which
Okay.
is a D6.
Okay.
Unless you want to dual wield it at some point, then that's the only time that having it as a light weapon would be useful.
Yeah.
But dual wielding instruments, whatever the other one ends up being. Okay, 44 divided by 8 is 3. Yeah. No. 42. Yeah, so that'd be 4. How much, what was the damage?
2.
2. Plus, it is, improvised weapon, so that is plus your strength modifier.
Okay, so. Extra 1, so. 1!
As it kind of hits against his face, and it kind of looks at you as it just plucks across his nose. He's like, he kind of he turns his face and then looks back at you weird. There's a red mark on his nose, but other than that, he's just kind of confused. As you're just looking up at him.
That was not what I meant to do! That was
As
supposed to work!
as at this point, they all they all draw different different swords, different short actually probably different daggers for this close quarters. They all pull out daggers. Some of them like backhanded, one of them pulls out 2 daggers. The 2 that are closest to you, like one of them backhanding, one of them like with his 2 daggers pointed at you. If you understand English, or if you understand Karator, surrender. What do you do?
What?
Why? Why should I surrender?
4 of us, 1 of you.
Any other reasons?
They kind of look at you like... Death?
Look, all I want is to take a nap. If you just leave me alone, I'll get out of here.
Well, you chose the wrong ship to take a nap. So surrender, she says as she, like, switches her both daggers to backhand. Or get gutted.
What if I choose neither? And I swing at him. You can.
Okay, make an initiative check, because, like, basically, you are trying to do... You're essentially trying to quick draw these 4 soldiers.
Oh my goodness.
And I think,
19.
yeah, you do. Yeah. Now roll your attack.
Okay.
You are proficient. Remember
Okay,
that you're
so-
proficient. Not the d6.
Or not the d6. Okay, I'm
D4.
D4. Okay.
Yeah, your proficiency bonus
Oh,
at
okay.
this level.
I see.
Yes.
That confused me. Okay. 10.
This would be plus your strength as well. You
Oh,
might
okay,
want to end up
so-
choosing a Yukon as a
Right.
finesse weapon at some point when you reach
Yeah.
level 4. But,
Why not?
yeah, as you, like, swing it, as she backs up and then moves forward with her daggers, as all 4 of them stab at you at once.
Hey, Spit, I could use some help right now.
Yeah.
Like, a lot. I don't care if you, like, rip the door off the hinges or something. Just help.
As the lower of the 2 attacks is does a 12 hit.
Okay. So. Wait, my attack does? Or.
No,
hurts? Okay.
AC. We
Okay.
didn't. I guess we didn't determine that.
No,
I'd say you're probably wearing piecemeal armor,
Okay.
which piecemeal armor is the type of armor I specifically made. It qualifies as light armor up until 15 plus your dexterity modifier AC. However, each time you get hit, your AC goes down by 1.
Okay.
And you basically, when you find pieces that work as armor or something like that, you can add them back to you to
Okay.
raise your AC back up.
Okay.
So yeah, so up
15 times my
plus your
plus,
dexterity
okay.
modifier.
So 17.
Yeah, that's your AC.
Okay.
Until you get hit, then it goes down by 1.
Okay.
Yes. So which I need to add that to the book.
Yeah.
Because it's a fun mechanic.
Yeah,
And the more you add to it, like, it can become medium and then heavy armor. So yeah, the first attack misses, the second attack is 15 to hit you. Oh, sorry, no. It would be... Yes, 15 to hit. So it also misses. As, yeah, like, they swing at you and you're like, wah, wah, as, like, some of the hits, like, scrape across your, like, shoulder pads that are used as chest protection. And some of them you just manage to dodge. As, yeah, it's basically just, like, these, 4, like, basically, like, they, like, dash across you with a slash and miss, and, like, they're just, like, dashing across as all 4 of them basically switch positions in the room. And they're like, we missed!
As one of them dashes toward me, and I want to try and sweep out their legs from under them.
Okay, yeah. Make an athletics check. Strength athletics.
Okay.
Da-da-da.
Ooh, nat 1 and my modifiers negative.
Okay, you want to describe the nat 1? It is critical. So you get to describe all your criticals.
Well,
Have fun with it.
I try and swing my Yukin towards her legs, and for whatever reason, I just put no power into it whatsoever, and it just kind of bounces off their leg.
Yeah.
And I just kind of stare at them like, oh, what?
Yeah, like as you swing the Yukin down, her leg like kicks forward, and not only did you not put much power into your swing, not strength it all together. As boom, the Yukin flies from your hand from her from the force of her foot and bounces against the far wall.
Hey, you messed up my Yukin. I jump up and try and headbutt.
Well, actually, they
Or if I can.
you kind of did something this turn,
Okay.
so they again attack you.
Okay.
Good job.
And the higher is a 17. Tie goes to the roll, so they hit. That is 2d6 plus 1. 2d4 plus 1, I mean, because it's daggers. That is 4 damage. Does that beat your threshold? Your HP divided by 8. I believe that would be 3.
Then
Yeah.
probably.
Okay, write that down. Also, it might be a good idea to write down the multiples of that all the way up to 5 times.
Okay.
So, yes, and that was a,
Okay.
it was 4, so that is a 28.
Where do I put my threshold?
I would put it, well, that's where your max HP goes.
Okay.
I would actually put it in there, because we
Okay.
don't keep track of current HP in this game.
Okay.
Okay, 28. It was... Okay, discouraging wound. You have a -1 to your willpower. You have a -1 willpower
Okay.
debuff as you lose morale from your ukulele, not your ukulele, your Yukin being kicked across the room. As it is, yes. That happened. As, yeah, like, 2 of them end up cutting across you. By the way, this isn't initiative, so, it's a non-hazardous encounter, what it's called. So you, Spit, if you ever want to jump in, you can.
Being spit, okay? I don't know what. I don't know what's going on.
All you know is that you can no longer hear the cries of Knick-Knack.
You just distantly hear echoing. Just,
Well, no, you don't. You don't actually. Like, you just do not hear Knick-Knack anymore. Last you remember is thinking that he was being beat up by these pirates, and now he doesn't speak anymore.
I'm gonna flip my iPad up and take a look.
You notably do not see a dead Knick-Knack, but you do see a slightly cut up, Ori, and 4 pirates with daggers drawn, like, lunging at her.
Hey, you guys is.
As, like, all 4 of them, like, quickly glance over. What the?
I
You
do
get
a
it.
spit.
You spit. Yeah, make a spit attack roll. This either qualifies as an improvised weapon or just a spit weapon.
straight be
Which,
proficient with.
yes, you can just be proficient with spit.
Cool.
It would take one of your other weapons.
Is it strength or dexterity? Oh, this is strength, isn't it?
Um,
Or should it be
strength or constitution? Yeah. I'm gonna say strength or constitution.
Well, that's gonna be 14 plus 4 from con. That's 2 for proficiency.
Yeah, as you, like,
That's
one of them is
total
like,
20.
get him! As the person that's saying, get him, like, you just hit a massive loogie across his face. As he's saying it, some of it getting in his mouth.
How much damage does this do?
How much damage does Vicious Mockery do?
I think it's a D4.
Yeah, D4.
Yeah, it's a D4. Is it disadvantage on this? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm actually gonna say it's gonna function the same as Vicious Mockery. Except non-magic. So yeah, D4 and they'll have disadvantage on their next attack.
Sweet. He takes 4 damage.
Or damage. This is plus your Constitution modifier.
Oh, sorry, 8 damage.
As that is double their threshold. Which means plus 30.
Powered PR. You made me overpowered.
Which means that that's a 67. And okay, they cannot get advantage for the rest of the encounter.
Wow.
That's what you get.
Okay, as at this point, 2 of them lunge at you, and 2 of them lunge at Ori. I did say that the one you hit in the face was the one that said you to get him, which means it's one of the ones attacking you. So the attack on you is disadvantaged. The attack on Spit is not. Wow. Even with disadvantage, the attack on you still hits. And Spit is does an 18 hit you.
I'm pretty sure.
Keep doing that.
Yes.
Okay.
What do we use for armor class for these guys?
You can use piecemeal armor if you want. Piecemeal armor or nothing. They're goblins. You're not getting crafted armor for you guys.
I'm doing nothing.
Oof.
So yeah, that
Okay.
hits me.
Yeah, so oof. That's rough. Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. So you take this. You take 8 points of damage.
Ooh.
How many times your threshold is that?
What was my threshold again?
No, not you, Spit. Ori takes it.
It's
Oh,
almost 3 times my.
never mind.
Almost, but not quite.
Not quite.
Okay, just say what it is. Like,
Alright,
round
like
it down, basically.
2 times.
2 times. Okay, so that does mean plus 30. I did roll 100 on the percentile. Plus 36, so 136. Crimson River. This is a fun one. For every 6 damage you take, you roll on the injury table again. Do keep track of the amount of injuries you have. You now have 3 injuries.
Okay.
Or actually 4 because of the
Okay.
injury you had before. Even with that plus 10 making it a plus 46, it's still just Crimson River, not and is 9.
Okay.
Which means you make death saves instantly.
That's fun.
Okay, so yeah, as the attack against you, Spit. I will tell you guys, winning this encounter is unlikely. Fleeing it, however, Nick Nack probably had the best idea. Okay, and this would be the moment that it really dawns on your characters, like, no. Okay, that, so a 47, okay, so that's that. Okay, you take also 8 points of damage. Your injury threshold is your HP divided by 8. Max HP divided by 8. Which, because you took damage before, that at least is 1 times, because your 1 times is now 0. But how many times your base injury threshold is 8 damage?
For me.
Yes.
Well, what is my injury threshold again? I had my
Your maximum
my
HP
maximum was
divided by
20
8.
Oh, so my hit point threshold is 3.
Okay. So it's 2 times your injury threshold, which means that's plus 30. How many injuries do you have?
1 so far. Actually, wait, no. Wait. No, I just have 1.
You took 1 from
Nope,
fall.
2.
Yeah.
Never mind. I forgot. I
Two?
got smacked by the
Oh,
wall.
yeah,
I
yeah.
got smacked by the door, so I have 2.
2. So plus 20 plus. Okay, so that is plus 58. 47 plus 58. We're just gonna round it to plus 50. 97. Crippled as yeah, like the 2 of them attack you as like their daggers just stab into your. Like, one of their daggers, like, cuts across you, while the other one stabs straight through your left arm. So anything using that limb, your left arm, has disadvantage.
I mean, I spit without my arms, so I think I'm fine.
Yes.
I'm gonna try and get spit and make a run for it.
Where?
I don't know where yet.
There is a door?
Probably heading for the door.
Okay.
The door wasn't shut.
No, it's not shut.
The door is open, and so
It is
if
open.
we can evade
Yes.
the people outside. we
Yeah,
can-
okay. Yes, so make an acrobatics check to avoid
Okay.
the people in here.
Alright. This.
There you go.
er,
Where's the D4?
Okay. Okay. $15.
Okay, yes, as you you dodge around the people in here and grab onto Spit, are you leading him or dragging him?
Leading him.
Okay. As you are going through the you go out the door and there are 8 pirates standing there with pikes at the ready. As make another acrobatics check to try to dodge through the closest group of pirates.
Okay.
And Spit, you also have to make an acrobatics check to dodge through the pirates.
26.
Row.
Acrobatics is gonna be a
Oh, well, I'm sure I failed.
Was that
I got
nat
like a
20?
3.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
okay.
nat 20s are criticals. Nat
Okay.
1s and 20s are criticals.
Okay.
So you do actually get to describe your critical success,
Okay.
which
So-
you might want to wait for Spit's check
Yeah, I'm gonna wait
first.
for his.
Well, my acrobatics check was a 3.
Okay, so he definitely fails.
Okay.
A nat 20 does mean you get success and something, right?
So
Go ahead and describe it.
I managed to dive between the pirates and kind of dive roll away and get pretty far behind them before jumping up and getting ready to run.
Right.
And I realized that
Yeah.
Finn did not.
So yeah, you like dive and roll and get past all 8 of the pirates. As Spit begins to run and then gets hit, as pikes begin to swing. They couldn't catch up with you. They do swing at him. As that is only a 10 to hit. Does that hit you, Spit?
No, it does not.
As you do, however, have to make another acrobatics check for the remaining 4 pirates.
Uh-oh. Well, this time I got a 13. It's a little bit more.
Okay, still not high enough for the tumble action or bonus action. It does require a 15 to pass. It's basically the disengage action, but a bonus action, which is why it has a DC.
Gotcha.
But like it can allow you to sprint and still do stuff like that. And they miss you again. As yeah, you like you're not dodging any of the attacks, but they're like narrowly missing you. It's that scene when like machine gun is following after someone in the dirt, except with pikes. As they're just like chopping right behind you each moment, as you feel each one hitting the planks behind you. As you're just like, ah!
Is fun?
Yeah. Okay, you have made it out of the pirates. And there is an open hatch.
We run for the hatch, right?
Okay, yeah. You run for the hatch.
It
And
does.
you just jump into the hatch?
Yes, I just dive head
Yeah, as you
first in.
dive into the hatch and you're like, ah! As you then start to fall down the ladder. You can make an acrobatics check to try to avoid the fall damage.
I wouldn't do that.
As Spit, you follow after.
Of course.
Okay,
What am I,
you-
stupid?
14.
You would also have to make that acrobatics check.
Ugh.
14, that does not avoid the damage.
Okay.
That's another thing that requires a 15.
We got a whole 18 now.
Only 1 point of damage,
Okay.
which since you already have taken damage, basically, so you have 2 injury thresholds.
Okay.
You have your base injury threshold and your current injury threshold.
Okay.
Your base determines the multiples, your current determines whether or not you get 1 gruesome injury in the first place.
Okay.
So you will get the gruesome injury.
Okay.
How many injuries do you have?
4.
4? So that's plus 40. So that is 75. Armstrong. You can only take 1 move action for the rest of the encounter.
Nice.
Before your legs, like, basically you tumble down, and then you feel your legs get caught in the rungs as your body continues going, and it just, as you feel your knees try to turn backwards. As then, like, you just, like, relax after the tense pain and go down the rest of the ladder on your face. And on the floor at the bottom. What was your acrobatics check, Spit?
18, so I think we're going.
18? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you are at the bottom of the thing.
Okay.
Where do you go? Actually, like, now that you're down here, you see, there's a railing going around, and you see below you there is essentially a village. Even a town with the amount of people that looks like it's down there. Also a lot of guards and a lot of non-guards. Just a lot of people down there. It's probably pretty hard not to get spotted down there. You do also see, at the front of the ship, you see a bunch of barrels.
That is not a good place to take a nap, but that's a good place to take a nap. Spit, can you help me get over there?
Oh, fine.
Yeah, as...
Can I pick her up?
Yes, you can. I am going to... as we are now going to enter a chase real quick. So you can dash a number of times equal to your constitution, score. Modifier, I think. Modifier. Your constitution modifier. You can't because hamstrung.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I've
you
done
could,
it
you
anyway.
could, you could do it
Modifier
once.
too.
You could do it. Well, you
Okay.
could move once, not dash once, because dashing
No.
is another move.
What
What?
you're telling me is that I can dash 4 times.
You can dash 4 times. Yes, basically. So we're gonna say
Oh,
they
cool.
are currently 30 feet behind you. So, like, do you start dashing?
I mean, heck yeah.
You are carrying someone, so, what is your carrying capacity?
How do I figure this out again?
Okay, so, 5 times your strength score is encumbered, 10 times is heavily encumbered, and 15 times is maximum carry weight.
Well, my strength is 11, so I actually no, it's not 11. It's 12, isn't it? My strength is 12,
Okay,
so that's gonna be
60.
What, 60?
Yeah, 60 for the first one.
About
Do you
60
have your
pounds, I
weight?
believe.
Yes. I am 50 pounds.
50 pounds. Okay.
Oh,
Okay, so you do not actually get your reduced speed by carrying her.
Wait.
As yeah, you just sprint. As they And okay, they can do that once. Okay, so you maintain a distance of 30 feet as like you hear them get down the ladder and begin to run after you guys.
I keep dashing, so that's the only strategy I have here is to run faster than they can.
Okay, as actually, you know what? That's the distance. Go with. No. Okay. Okay, so you are now. Okay, yes. As you are running, yeah, you are running as, like, they are still keeping up. And, notably, they are not ringing their, well, actually, only one group of them is kind of keeping up, whereas the other, you've made distance between the others. So.
Well, I'm gonna dash again, because I still got 2 more in me. I got a little more left.
Yeah,
I keep going.
Okay. As, yes, the other one begins to drop off as well. As then you hear ding, ding, ding. As then from the, like, from around the ship, kind of cascading, you hear ding, ding, ding. And then
Like the bell.
gong. As you continue running.
I'm gonna dash one more time. I got one more.
Yeah. At this point, like, you've kind of like been running, and you look back, and you effectively, like, those guards have kind of like they've stopped running, like sprinting after you, and instead are kind of like jogging after you. But you are able to build significant distance at this point.
Get as much distance as I can. I got one more shot up to the old goblin tank.
As you get to the pile of barrels that that you were initially running to, and you look around, and you notice that the guards, though you could get out of view of the guards, but they kind of know that you're at these barrels. That information kind of dawns on you. But
Well,
if you continue, yeah, go ahead.
I can drop Ori off in a barrel and keep running. Maybe they'll chase me, and I think I can get away.
Yeah, as you, like, you find a partially empty barrel, push Ori in, and then, like, quickly take the top and, like, push it down onto the barrel to make sure she doesn't get found, and then continue running.
Yep.
As you're running, I yell, "Find Knick-Knack!"
As then it comes back to you guys standing on the floating island. As that's what Ori just explained to you.
Yeah, so, have you seen my friends?
Wait, so there were... Are you telling me there were more than one goblin on this boat?
Yeah, there were 3 of
There were
us.
just goblins. There were just goblins on our boat?
You can actually... Okay, you can actually make an intelligence saving throw, to see if you have heard about this incident.
Better.
6. It's not gonna do anything.
Okay, Knick-Knack, for the sake of Knick-Knack, make acrobatics checks until you either succeed 3 or fail 3. Basically, death saves with acrobatics.
That is 1 fail.
Oh, sorry, DC 13.
DC 13. Okay. Yeah.
13.
Yeah. 1 fail. 2 failures. Three failures.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. Now make that throws. Actually, don't. QK, what was your intelligence saving throw?
My intelligence saving throw was a grand total of 6.
Okay. Make them, but don't tell us. And, yeah. You have never heard of this incident.
Oh. Interesting.
By the way, throughout any time any of these stories are told, you can be like, that piece of information that was just said in the story, as Kyuke or as whoever, like listening to the story, I want to make a history check to know about that, to see if I know what that is. Just so you know, and you can also in character interrupt at any time.
I forgot my Yukon.
You did. Your Yukon is not with you and was not in the barrel with you.
My Yukon is not here! This is a problem! Where is it?
I go.
No!
I would also like to make an intelligence save for Vin to see if he's heard the pirates talking about goblins 6 feet in there. Probably disadvantage.
You actually wouldn't. I'd say you wouldn't even have the opportunity.
Okay.
It was such a minor incident that was so long ago.
Yeah.
Not to mention, if you heard anything about goblins, you would probably be like, oh yeah, the bunch of goblins that are on this planet.
Right, yeah. Okay. So, calm down.
Anyone has touched it, I'm going to skin them using their own teeth!
I will help you either find your Yukon, or I will get you another one and another instrument.
Not the same. But I might settle.
I'm sorry.
Maybe. But only if we find how it got lost.
Right.
I'm so confused.
Okay.
You're right, okay. Your brow is looking very furrowed. You know that ages your face, right?
My brow is incredibly furrowed, Vint. My brow is as furrowed as it could possibly be. So first off, goblins managed to outwit our crew? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yes. That's exactly what we did.
They're goblins.
To be
They
fair,
literally formed the
We're not
they literally formed the
useless.
goblin chain. All I had to do was kick them off.
to be fair, some goblins are pretty smart.
You're telling me this goblin was missing an eye and wore an eye patch on the wrong eye?
He was smart in his own way that nobody quite knew.
I would like both QK and Vin to make intelligence saving throws.
This one, I'm
15.
somewhere between calm and hysterical, and I don't know which
17.
one.
You have been in this plane for about a month. She just got out of the barrel.
Wait a minute,
What have
Vint.
you been eating for the last month?
As we go back to you inside the barrel. You do not know how long you have been in this barrel. But you know at this point, you are extremely hungry.
I don't even remember what
At
it was.
this point, you have been in this barrel, and you have actually, like, the things that were in this barrel, there were initially pickled fish inside of this barrel. There are just bones now.
I've been gnawing on the bones for the last bit of nutrients. For the last however long. It hasn't helped.
The bones don't even have a taste of pickling anymore. They are straight bone. Like you have broken them, sucked out all of the marrow. It's essentially like bone meal at this point.
The spit closed the barrel too hard and I couldn't get out. And all I had was pickled fish, and then just bones. How long was it?
You don't know.
I don't know.
Like, you actually don't know.
I don't know how long
You...
it was. It was years.
It was years! I survived off 12 fish!
12 years! In that barrel!
As in the barrel, you saw a ring of light. An extremely faint ring of light. Ring of light. Wispy, super
Yeah.
thin, small, maybe the size of a gold piece.
Like something inside the barrel? That's...
No, it's like on the edge of the barrel. Not outside. Edge.
I reach for it and try to like stick my hand through that.
You feel it, and then it kind of like pushes out a little bit. The cork.
I poke it out really hard.
As the cork falls out of the barrel, as the light streams in, like directly hitting your face.
You're right.
As you kind of adjust, you see through the barrel, through the cork where it was, it's a knot. They must have corked up a knot in the wood so that they could have still used it for a barrel. From out of it, you see you see another barrel, like closing half of your vision, but just barely around the barrel, you can see maybe a table?
Can I roll for perception to see?
Sure, yeah. Make a perception check. As you kind of try to adjust yourself to look around, you are still upside down, by the way. Like, it would take a lot of effort for you to, like, try to wriggle around. in the
Yeah,
barrel.
that was a 3.
Yeah, as you, like, you can't really see anything than the fact that it looks like there's a table over
I'm gonna try and call for help and see if there's anyone, like, at the table.
there. Make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. 18?
Last time you encountered people on this ship, they tried to kill you.
Never mind. Well, give me a sec on bone.
At, like, you are like, you
Yeah,
tried to suck on bones for another hour, but you were so hungry.
I try to reach my hand out of the hole and see how far I can get.
You like kind of reach out and then you like manage to squeeze your hand through and then it stops at the elbow.
Okay.
The table is like 10 feet away.
There's another barrel nearby, right?
There is another barrel
Okay.
nearby.
I kind of try and reach if I can.
Yeah,
to
make an
kind of
acrobatics
grab
check.
it.
Try to kind of squeeze out. Dexterity acrobatics.
That is a 19.
Okay, yeah, as you kind of reach out, you feel around the barrel, you feel another cork.
Pull that cork out.
As a liquid begins to pour out of the barrel. And you kind of sniff. You think it's alcohol. As it just kind of begins to, like, pour out of the barrel onto the ground.
Okay. I try and, like, reach into the hole and, like, pull the barrel over.
Okay, yeah, make
Let's see what else I can get to.
an athletics check.
Okay.
As you are trying to, like, pull the barrel over.
17?
At the strength athletics.
19.
19?
Or no, 16.
Okay, that makes more sense. As you grab the cork hole and you pull it over, as it then hits the ground and then begins to roll away.
Oops.
And you cannot reach anything else.
That was a mistake.
Actually, yeah, you kind of pull
Oh.
it, and then, like, as it pulls, it's like, and then another barrel falls. You think barrels were stacked on top of it, as more of them fall, as then you feel your barrel get hit. Do you try to keep upright?
No.
As
This is a hopeless
you
case.
fall on your side, and make a dexterity save, as your barrel falls to its side and begins to roll.
Okay. 8, I think.
As it rolls, your arm stays out, kind of, as you essentially roll over your arm, and then as you continue to roll, and then you pull it in before the next time it comes around. But yeah, you're just kind of rolling at this point. As you feel another barrel hit against you as you continue to roll, and then you stop. You look through the cork, and you see the bottom of the table. You're not below it, but you see like the leg of the table and the edge of it. You think it's within arms.
I reach out and kind of grab the leg of the table, see if I can shake the table.
Okay, yeah,
Hear if there's anything up
make
there.
a strength athletics check.
20.
You're like, as you hear it break, and then the table tilts, and your barrel like rolls, and then you feel it slam against another barrel and stop. As then, just like some meat and rolls, like roll and then pile up against your barrel.
I reach out and start.
As you just like
yanking
start
it.
pulling it into your barrel. Yeah, as
And I
like.
just pull as much as I can.
Yeah, every square inch that isn't you in this barrel is food.
That was convenient.
As that's the end of the story. Like that's how you survived.
Yep. It was this experience that I don't recommend.
No, I wouldn't want to be in your position then either.
Yeah, that sounds kind of sucky.
That's one way to put it.
I mean, I'm not mad at the sound of food, but
Oh, you can actually, both of you can make an intelligence save this time.
oh, cool. 3.
-1 intelligence. 7!
Okay, you do not. It does not ring a bell.
Never heard any. Okay.
This is the first.
What was your check?
The what?
You need to make an intelligence saving throw.
Yeah, I got a 3.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you say that.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I got a 3.
you're
That was
cutting
it.
out a little bit. Yeah, but it's probably not something you can fix. As you do not, it does not ring a bell for you either.
Oh, okay. Well, that's weird.
Have you just not seen any goblins? Or barrels? Food? Or yukins? Or
No.
anything? What have you been doing for all these years?
It was
What?
not.
This ship is the size. This ship is the size of a town.
I'm not
But
sure
you
I
see,
realized
I-
that yet.
I-
I don't know that I've seen the actual ship.
While you were approaching it, yeah, you would have seen it, and
okay.
inside of it, I said
True.
there is a town in here.
Okay, yeah.
There's a castle on the back of it.
Size of a town.
Yeah.
Well, I have been traveling, helping refugees, failing at learning how to use a sword.
Oh, really? Really?
Dang.
You failed at learning how to use a sword?
But I was trying, and he was not doing a very good job of teaching me. And I was Nikki, and I have.
I
I
want
was
to
going
meet
to say accidentally, but purposely thrown a wooden sword at her.
I might want to
Oh.
meet this Yi and throw something at her. See if she knows how to use a sword.
Well, I can teach you how to.
That's
Well, if you really
kind of a bit
don't
of
know
a different size.
how to use a sword, then, like, yeah.
I'll figure it out. Also, yes, you should definitely, whenever you meet Eve, you should throw something at
I like throwing things. I'll do that.
Uh,
Can I throw things at other people?
Lucy!
Yay! But first, is there food? Somewhere?
I reach into my pouch and pull out some turkey from the same set of rations from when I gave to the cat and go, here you go.
Thank you! I begin to just cry. I'm like,
Oh boy. When we get back, I'm gonna have to make you some real food.
at this point, like,
Find these other
at this point, the skiffs have sailed on towards the island. And you actually see, you would see that like Kale took one of the remaining skiffs and went to the island as well to kind of organize.
Do we see? Is the goblin chain still bouncing in the distance?
At this point, the goblin chain has gotten away. You actually think they probably would have been able to, like, the skiffs had kind of chased after them. You don't know if they got away from the skiffs, but they were going pretty fast. One thing that was kind of notable to the goblins is, like, when they jumped down and when they were, like, you actually, when they had jumped down, Vind, you had noticed a significant.
Okay. Speaking of, I lick my.
Yeah, the breeze is heading towards the islands. But you are, as a reminder, you are on a chain of floating rocks.
I think that it is about time that we make our way to the island and meet back up with the other crew members.
Yeah, that's
I
probably
don't
a
know
good
what to
idea.
do.
I'm
Can
gonna
I come
second
with
that.
you guys?
Yes,
Good.
you come with.
Good plan.
You seem like a nice goblin.
I will try to be nice. If I feel like it.
Mind your friends are probably still stowed on our ship somewhere.
How tall is
How tall is Ori? She's 36.
Okay.
Okay, you guys make your way. You guys,
I carry her the whole way.
yeah, so you guys, end up, kind of like jumping from island to island, climbing on some of the rocks, and you make your way to. It's about the difficulty of jumping on like stone from stone to stone on a river or whatnot. Except the stones aren't wet, so it's actually easier. But also, if you miss, you might want to tear down. Minor things.
Minor detail.
There are like other rings of stones beneath you, and you are walking on the uppermost stones of this ring. So even if you fell into this ring, you might be able to catch yourself on this ring, and if not, maybe on some of the rings below. And if not that, maybe an island below. As you're not as much in the sea. Like, you are close enough to the continents that there are rings, that there are plenty of these stones floating around. Okay. As you are walking Ori, as you're like on his shoulders, you said?
Piggyback.
You do end up noticing that one of the stones kind of looks like a face, but when you look back at it, gone. Not the stone, the face.
Did you see something weird?
No, you didn't.
No, what kind of weird?
I don't know. Never mind.
Okay.
I've seen enough weird today. Maybe my
Yeah.
brain's just too used to weird.
You make it to the smallest of the islands, of the archipelago, and, Some of the sailors make a perimeter, while the others work on starting to build the outpost. The people building the outpost are actually from Taishan village. As not many of the pirates are extremely good at construction.
Go figure.
Kind of, not as much as sailor duty. The evening comes and the camp has been set up. The outpost, of course, is not finished, but you are now around the fire. And, yeah, make a quick dexterity cooking tools check.
13.
Feel free to describe.
Dumplings. Not my best, but still pretty good.
And of course, feel free to describe, quick description of the process as well. Each time you cook.
Yeah. Finn, takes some dough and, kind of lays it out. Looks kind of ready for dumpling. Kind of looks at it. Looks around. Draws the sword. Cuts the dough with his, short sword. Puts it back. And then, folds, around the meat and stuff.
Yes.
And
A suitable task for a legendary magic
and
item.
then, puts them into, plates and stuff, starts, sliding them to people.
As yes, you are all around a campfire eating dumplings. At this point, the admiral is anchored in the bay, kind of overwatching, as a spotlight is searching around the skies, as presumably someone in the telescope as well. You okay? Did you see my message? You okay? Hello?
Yeah, you didn't send that straight to me. You put that in the general chat.
Yes, correct.
But
But I did ask you.
Is.
how do you not know how to use a sword?
That is a very complicated question.
Exactly how complicated? It seems pretty simple.
Have I ever told you about my grandmother?
Backflash. To when you were young and first interested in weapons. You were in a tent with your grandmother.
Finn sounds as a child. Grandmother, why would hitting with a fist or a foot be any different from stabbing them with a sword?
Stabbing them with a sword is more likely to kill.
But what if you punch them in the throat or something?
As likely to kill.
Okay.
That was the story.
It's been basically just explains his grandma. Every time he asked, just said, more likely to kill. So basically, she told me, less fighting with weapons and more how to defend without the weapons. And also a lot of other useful skills.
And specifically it was in self-defense is what she got. She generally discouraged you from using your hands and feet to kill things.
Didn't like violence.
No, she didn't like killing. She's Batman. Your grandmother was Batman.
Vin very evidently was He said that with a very cringed look on his face, very much implying that his grandmother loved violence.
And okay.
And
I'm sure you have a lovely grandmother.
Well, she was a wonderful woman. She raised me, made me who I am.
Ah, that's nice. But
why didn't you
you
learn
didn't
how
know
to
how to
use
use
a
a
sword when you
sword.
left?
What?
Why didn't you use a sword learn how to use a sword when you left? You spent a
Exactly.
lot of time with the Veiled Ones, didn't you?
That's a very different.
A very different
Who
what
asked?
now? A very,
Oh,
a very different.
shoot. Haley.
Okay. I get very close and go. Have you ever been around Vistani H-Star before?
Well. Yeah.
Have you ever seen them carrying weapons?
Yeah, a lot.
Right. Yeah, you ever seen them using them?
Pretty sure.
Yeah. I'm the defense. Failed one is the attack.
And that worked every time it needed to.
Oh no, there were plenty of times where I got in fights where it was just me, but again, defense
Going
was
to a
no-
new story. As QK, you first start to tell one of said stories, where you were in. That's not what I meant to do.
Oh no, we going back to that time?
Let's zoom in. You were in. I still can't read it because I'm blind and across the room. Still can't get close enough. It is Kaylee.
Okay, who's this description? I mean, let's tell the story.
You're telling the story.
Okay, I'm telling the
Yes.
story. Got it.
At. I think it's Ganam.
Yeah.
Is the first place where you are in
Nice.
the Sea of Serpents.
Nice.
The Ganon is that town in the middle of that of the haunted sands. Below that the
Road Mountain.
Furrowed Mountains. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
That was mostly saying that for the stream audience, as they can actually see the map for the moment.
Ooh.
Small town. Desert. Well, mountains.
Yes. I need to remember which. Well, I mean, you two should know your sidekick's last name. Which one is Ganem? Like, one of your characters that has been sidekick has the last name Ganem.
Is that me?
I think.
I don't know.
No, wait. You were playing Stella.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Does
That's me.
so? It
It's
is.
me.
It is G.
Okay.
Okay.
It's cheat.
Yes.
It's cheat and M.
Yeah. So you
It's
were in this
cheat.
place, and there was a cloistered study, which you needed to get something. This was shortly after you had joined the Veiled Ones caravan and left from your home region in southwest Karator, where your grandmother had raised you. At this time, you had not yet. Well, you had gone to other planes for a short time, but if possible, your grandmother would instead leave you with a different caravan when her caravan left. So you don't actually have a lot of experience with other planes.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Right. This place I am going to. I go straight to the front door. And
As the door swings open, and there is a man in a very small vest, otherwise shirtless, with very baggy pants, and a large scimitar in a sheath at his side. What do you want? As Vind, you see a young boy peek his head around a corner. Jeet, please describe yourself.
You know Baljeet from Phineas and Ferb?
Yes.
That's me. That's it. Nothing else needs to be said.
Small, curly-haired Indian boy.
Except I'm similarly attired to this man with the scimitar. I've got the baggy pants and the small vest. But I also have a very small. I have a small, like, turban. I look like that. I look that child emperor from Indiana Jones Temple of Doom.
the little
I love that.
little Maharaja dude.
Yeah, the Maharaja. That's me.
I love that. I love that.
But Baljeet. But Baljeet.
Yeah, I look between the two of them. Well, I need something from inside.
Roll a persuasion check. Now, to be clear, this is a B plot, so this goes, well, more things will be skipped in your story.
Yeah. 14.
14. Yes, this is essentially one of those things that will be skipped. Like, as you talk to your way in. And basically, when your story is a B plot, you can just do stuff like that, where you're like, yeah, I talked my way in. Like, you just roll a check, and then, like, I talked my way in, and then go through. Basically, one check per problem on a B or other plot, a side plot.
Basically, because I am so very good at talking and being understood, I got my way in pretty easily. It was when I was inside that there was a bit more of a problem, because that's when I realized that I'm an idiot. You should not pull on bookshelves, you should just pull on the books.
As make a dexterity saving throw, Jeet, also make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no! I have to roll for my dexterity. I have not applied that yet.
Not one.
For this character, since it's a little bit more sincere, you can actually just preset all of the stats.
That's
I was gonna. Okay. I mean, I rolled for it, but
Yeah.
my
up to
dex
you.
was 12
Okay.
plus.
And
So that's my
what did those die?
modifiers 1. I rolled a
Oh.
19. I rolled a 19 on my check, so that's a dirty 20.
Okay. Describe your critical fail.
The bookshelf falls on top of me, and a whole like row of books just on my face.
Yes. They just like hit across your face, and well, we don't actually have to keep track of damage in this. As like you get up and Jeet, you look at him, and across his face is lettering that has transferred from the book. Outsiders are not allowed inside this library, and that right there is hard proof.
What exactly are you doing to my prized books? These are my favorite books.
Love how this is just now Jeet's place. Like, he's not a scholar in this place. This is his place.
No.
Oh,
This
no.
is my place.
I love it.
I have no idea what he's saying right now.
Do not speak
No,
common?
no.
No, I can't hear Eric.
Oh, you
I'm
can't.
so sorry.
Right.
I am very high pitch.
Let me
What are
come
you
up with a
doing in my
solution.
library?
She's speaking so fast that he can't understand a single word. Books, library, books, intruder, question.
Yeah.
That was when I realized Grandma's fighting teaching will probably come in handy for defending myself.
So, it did actually, so it did actually, he does actually hear you now. He can hear you now.
Awesome.
Good, good. You can speak in your normal character voice again. Yes, so, as then, yeah, it skips to you running down the street with Jeet running with you, and a few of the guards from the place running after you too.
I look down at
Jeet, come back here at once!
I look down at Jeet and I go, "You didn't have to do that, you know."
Yes, I did. I very much did.
Wait,
I've been going to learn this for weeks.
wait, what? What did he do?
What?
Cutting through the story, Kale asks, Vin.
Well, you see, Jeet, instead of throwing me under the bus, tried to help me escape. He ended up very visibly going through a window. Not through, it was open when we went through it. And they thought that I was kidnapping him, but it was just he was helping me escape. Really nice kid.
Okay.
Too smart for his own turban, though.
Both of you make an athletics, strength, or constitution check. Or a dexterity acrobatics to try to run away from these guys.
Dexterity acrobatics it is.
What was your check? What type of check?
I just did a strength athletics check.
Okay.
I'm supposed.
Yes?
9?
Okay. So Jeet is just running, as Vind is like, I have an idea, I'll get the high ground, and you grab one of the like crossbars across the street where people hang things from and try to flip up as you go around, let go, and kinda go too high, slam your face into the next one, and just hit the ground.
See,
As the guards like run up to you and point their scimitars.
see, I was still very clumsy, whereas as I still am now. Whereas Jeet could go 10 times as fast as those tiny little legs could carry him. In any case, I had a lot of guards pointing weapons at me.
As you're then in a cell.
But you see, this was not the end for me. For you see, Jeet, as I said, was too smart for his turban. Jeet always has a plan.
Jeet, you are not in jail because you did run away from the guards. What is your plan to help your new friend?
I'm assuming that there are gonna be secret tunnels or some sort of crap in this building.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. As Jeet ends up like coming out of he comes out of a like basically you see like a brick disappear from the wall, and then another brick, and then Jeet sticks his head through.
Eh? Never look against mouthing a horse!
Yes. Although I do not know what horses and gifts have to do with each other, but whatever.
As you are now back with your caravan, walking out of the Sea of Salt to the north, into the rest of Karadul.
That's a while ago. Oh, I was just leaving my home now?
Don't give it a time, please. please.
It was even
That makes it much harder.
to be. I don't know. I think I was 16, 17-ish, maybe, give or take. Never really get track.
Right, so this not adolescent, what is the word I'm looking for?
Child.
Young.
Short child. This child's noble just went with you.
Oh no, he didn't just go with me. See, Jit had that vision. Jit did not want to be a cloistered scholar. Jit wanted to see the world and learn hands-on. Actually, I ended up joining the caravan for a while.
So is this guy still with you guys, or is he gone? Where did he go?
Actually, you say... You'll find out in the rest of the story.
I finished this story, and then you will know. You'll find out later. I can't give all the secrets of this. That's not how you tell a good story. Believe me, Grandma taught me how to tell a great story.
Yes, the all-knowing grandmother.
Terrifying woman.
Oh. Be interesting in finding out how you got around things. Didn't the others like Yi or Miki or someone? Didn't they say you were at Taishan with them?
Yes, I am the refugees here. This is slain.
And all of the heroes just happened to be there simultaneously.
That is how fate works, yes.
That's pretty much what happened.
I mean, the wind blows. You know the four cardinal feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. This wind blows in directions, right?
Yes.
Each is zero, this one is directions. So they were blown in at the same time from their different directions.
So Taishan was a tornado.
No, Taishan is... Well... Yes. Taishan was a tornado. You see, maybe exam, I am the daughter. The little bit in the middle, and the lines that divides in direction.
Right.
That's what
I mean,
these are.
Yeah. Okay. Lee speaks up. You know what? I think it would be cool if we actually like heard how all of those things converged, right? Like fate or whatever, right? Like you guys got guided there. There's got to be stories there, right? So we heard the beginning of yours, and the end, I guess, of yours. I mean, UK, you're the only other hero here. Not a hero, but gesturing to the goblin. But you know what I mean. Come on. How did like, was there any story before you really joined up with the crew, or?
Well, sure things happened before I joined the crew, but I think the biggest story is how I joined the crew.
And we go into the story. You yes. You are in the city of Daijo. Up in the northern peninsula. Across from the rival city It is the capital of Kuzakura, though you have no allegiance to that nation. The rival nation of Wa has the capital of Oginshi. I want to say it is. Is there? No, Owaji. Capital of Wa is Owaji. But that's not where your story started. Story started in the city that I just said and literally just forgot. That one. In Dojo. D-U-J-Y-U. Dojo. You are in an office. Your superior behind the office. Alright, QK, I have a new mission for you. This one might be a little bit tougher. Your most important assignment yet, even. Biggest names in this assignment. You're gonna join the crew of the Admiral. ASS Admiral, it's going to be one of the ships in Empress Jingxi's fleet.
She, big name.
Indeed, big name. And this might be your chance to prove yourself. You and your brother, you might be the one to come on top because of this. Given you don't mess up.
Oh, you know me. You know I won't mess it up.
Right, Kale speaks up. You joined over in near Koti Long, right? Before that battle?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
I can't remember. Did you meet us in open ocean, or did you end up coming down to meet us on the coast?
Let's just say I had a little entanglement with a man by the name of Bok Choy.
Right, yeah. Right. As you are on a ship, your red sash flowing in the wind with your, wearing your coat and your eye patch. Your red eye patch. As cannons fire over the ship, and a white flag was raised on the ship. As the ASS Admiral swoops down from the sky, landing in the ocean next to your ship. Or the ship you were on, moreover. And many people board, as well as Bok Choy. I believe you have Bok Choy, correct? And, you have Kale, yeah. Both Bok Choy and Kale board, as well as, the rest of the boarding party. Bok Choy was being a pirate. Boarding the ship. It had no resistance, so there was no need to kill anyone. Does the boisterous drunk say?
I don't know, I'm blanking.
what would you, as a pirate captain, what would you say to get them to give you their stuff as fast as possible?
Oh, I don't know. Gonna move on. We don't have all year to do this.
Yeah. As what class did you end up taking? Spellcaster or expert, which sounds more interesting to you?
I don't know. Expert.
Okay, everyone's expert, so.
Actually,
Nice. That makes
was
sense. Yeah.
hot-headed.
As Bok Choy, while both holding up a sawed-off rifle that is pressed against his shoulder, he is also fisting a mug in the other hand. Or a tankard, moreover. As QK, what had you done?
Sorry, what was the question?
What had you done?
I didn't hear the last bit.
Yes, after Bok Choy and the rest of his crew had boarded. You were already wearing your markers of the pirate.
Exactly. Well, of course, he wanted my stuff, right? And so am I just gonna give him my stuff? No.
Oh. Okay.
And so, of course, I challenge him to the only thing that two grown seafaring men do, right? A drinking contest.
Okay. Bok Choy needs to make a Constitution saving throw. I personally think you should preset his stats.
Okay.
I did realize that I forgot to actually fix all of these, and I didn't give them spaces. That's my fault. Maybe like write the rest of them above the line.
Okay.
I would put Constitution as a 15.
Okay.
Charisma as a 14. Willpower as 13. Wisdom as a 12. Dexterity and strength as 10s. And intelligence as 8.
Okay.
So yes, roll a and proficient in Constitution saving throws. He
Okay.
is a drunkard. He needs to be. As QK as well, roll a Constitution saving throw.
What do I use?
Add a D4. Yeah.
D4. Okay.
Yep. Level 3.
We have
Woohoo.
6.
acquired a. I got a 15.
Okay. As believe it or not, he actually won. I don't know if my captain was, if Bok Choy just had a rough day or had just been drinking all morning, but Bok Choy went down.
You love acrobatics.
I mean, that didn't stop stealing my stuff. You still have the point.
No.
But
Well,
he didn't take all of it.
as much as you really can take from another pirate, there's the code, of course, so light loose change, but nothing of any weight.
Yeah.
All the other people on the ship, we took bloody everything. But, I mean, quite frankly, I think just getting you on our crew was more valuable than anything you could have actually given us. I mean, you didn't have the sword at that point, so...
I did not have the sword at that point. The sword would have been a nice touch, but now here I am. So yeah, Bok Choy actually lost the drink contest, and I've heard tales of his exploits, and so I was a little surprised.
Yeah. And then we sailed down south towards the Chao Long capital. And, well, that's a whole nother story. That's got some detail in it, but for another night.
Wait, actually, no, I would have had the sword at that point.
No, he would not have. You would not have. since you didn't, like, I worked with the memory and you would not have, and I can actually explain why when you would get it later. But you would not have it yet.
Okay, because I believe we talked about this. But
Yes. We can go over it again, but also we talked about it like months ago. Since we don't have a written copy.
Yes.
But yes.
Yep.
As everyone, at this point has finished their meals, and everyone goes off towards their tents. Each to their own tent, and, some to watch.
Clean up all the utensils. Yeah. Sleep, not in a tent.
Oh, I just realized that I never actually, whoops. I never actually showed, the cities on the stream. This is, Dujon, I think it was? Dujon, yeah. Dujon, and, over here, I can't remember precisely where it is, I think it's this one, right there, is Ueji? Something like that? Uwaji, that's what it is. Uwaji. Yeah. Sorry for not showing that, I forgot. Thank you all for watching. And no, I do not want to buy followers to become famous. Thank you. Thank you all for watching. This was a lot of fun. Thank you guys for playing. I think following this system will end up making fun filler content.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So definitely like
Goblins.
yes. The goblins were so fun. And the plan is, in fact, to do Ori's backstory backwards. Like, basically, like every time she says something, and like explains one step, you have to be like, but how did you get there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Loved being able to finally burst out of that barrel.
Yes. It was very fun.
That was
I'm
my favorite
assuming
thing ever.
I should.
Yes. Yes. Keep your sidekick sheets and fully fill them out before next session.
Yeah.
For next Saturday. We will be trying to do 1900 every Saturday as long as things don't happen. This time, it was quite kind of a quick turnaround from finding out that we wouldn't be able to continue the old thing and coming up with all the new stuff. And also it was a little bit harder for some of the players to make it like half an hour early, which slowed down when we started. Sorry about that, but we will be continuing to aim for 1900 and trying to get that as the hard start. Oh yes, do send me the result of those death
The result is a death save. Got it.
because I mean that will not come up for the rest of this storytelling stuff, most likely.
Yeah.
It
won't come up until
but
the official start of season 2.
yeah, it might show up in season 2, which would be hilarious.
Been hanging for that long.
I would actually like spit to make death saves as well. And it's kind of, and again, don't tell me, send it to me instead. But again, that would also be for, if he fails, that doesn't necessarily mean he's dead, it just means he definitely isn't on the ship.
Knick-Knack has a little bit more,
Yeah, Knick-Knack is more in a death or nothing situation.
Yeah. Much more pressing.
Knick-Knack.
Oh, the poor baby.
I mean, which, it does mean you got out of combat almost the least scathed of anyone, just because it was kind of high rolls.
Yeah.
But you did spend enough time in the barrel to heal all your wounds.
Except now you don't have an instrument.
Except you don't have an instrument with you, which...
Although, it's presumably still on ship somewhere.
Presumably.
Somewhere.
Presumably.
That's the next major quest. Vind and Ori go looking for the Yukon.
Yeah. And that's probably going to be another snapshot in this.
Yeah.
Something that ends up triggering another memory or something.
How did you even get this thing?
Yeah, so that'd be fun. Yeah, so again, thank you guys for watching. Farewell.